How to train your brain to actually think in English, Beginner's Guide.
Part 1. Introduction.
Hello everyone, and welcome. I'm so happy you're here to learn about thinking in English. Maybe you're just starting to learn English, or maybe you've learned a little bit already. That's perfect. This video is for you. We're going to talk about something really important and really cool, how to train your brain to actually think in English. Now, why is thinking in English so important? Think about it like this. When you first start learning, you might translate in your head. Someone says something in English, and you first change it to your own language in your mind. Then, you think of your answer in your language, and then you change that into English to speak. That's a lot of steps, right? It can be slow. It can feel a little, not natural. Like you're working too hard. But, when you start to think directly in English, it becomes much faster and easier. It's like you're speaking without translating at all. Your answers come out more quickly. You understand better. And it just feels more natural and fluent. Thinking in English helps you to speak English more automatically. It's like learning to ride a bicycle. At first, it's hard to balance and think about everything. But after some practice, you just do it. You don't have to think so much. Thinking in English is the same. Practice makes it easier and more natural. So, who is this video for? Well, if you are completely new to learning English, or if you know just a little bit. This video is definitely for you. If you sometimes feel confused or slow when speaking English, this video is also for you. Don't worry if you feel like you don't know much English yet. Everyone starts at the beginning. And everyone can learn to think in English. It just takes a little time and the right steps. We are going to take those steps together, slowly and easily. In this video, we are going to go step by step. We will start from the very beginning. We will learn the English alphabet. We will learn basic numbers. We will learn how to say hello and introduce ourselves. Very simple, right? Then, we will build our vocabulary. We will learn simple words about everyday things. We will learn easy ways to remember new words. After that, we will look at simple sentence structures. We'll see how to make basic sentences in English. We will practice asking and answering simple questions. And then, the most important part, we will practice thinking in English. We will start with very easy exercises, and we will build up slowly. Finally, we will talk about some tips and motivation to keep you going. Learning a new language takes time, but it's also very rewarding. So, that's our plan for this video. We're going to take it one step at a time. Don't feel rushed. Just relax, follow along, and let's start training your brain to think in English.
Part 2. Getting started with English. The English alphabet.
Hello everyone, and welcome. In this part, we are going to start right at the beginning, the English alphabet. Now, you might already know the alphabet song. Maybe you've heard it before. That's great. But even if you haven't, don't worry. We'll learn it together, step by step. Remember, for this audio lesson, you don't need to see anything. Just listen carefully and repeat after me. We are training our ears and our mouths to get used to the sounds of English. Let's start with the first letter. It's A. Listen carefully. A.
Now, let's think of some words that start with the letter A. Here are two simple words.
First word. Ant. Ant. You know, like a tiny insect that walks on the ground. Ant. Second word. Apple. Apple. A round, sweet fruit. Often red or green. Apple. So, for A, we have ant, apple. Repeat them with me. Ant, apple. Good job. Next letter is B. Listen. B. Words starting with B. First word. Ball. Ball. Something round you can play with. Kick it or throw it. Ball. Second word. Book. Book. Something you read. It has pages with words and maybe pictures. Book. For B, we have ball. Book. Say them with me. Ball. Book. Excellent. Let's move to C. Listen. C. Words for C. First word. Kate. Kate. A small, furry animal. It says meow. Kate. Second word. Car. Car. Something you drive. It takes you places. Car. So, for C, we have kite, car. Repeat after me. Kite, car. Fantastic. The next letter is D. Listen. D. Words for D. First word. Dog. Dog. Another animal, often friendly and playful. It says woof. Dog. Second word. Door. Door. You open it to go into a room or house. Door. For D, we have dog. Door. Let's say them together. Dog. Door. Great. Now, E. Listen. E. Words for E. First word. Egg. Egg. Something chickens lay. You can cook it and eat it. Egg. Second word. Elephant. Elephant. A very big animal with a long nose called a trunk. Elephant. For E, we have egg. Elephant. Repeat with me. Egg. Elephant. You're doing great. Next is F. Listen. F. Words for F. First word. Fish. Fish. An animal that lives in water. It swims. Fish. Second word. Flower. Flower. Something beautiful that grows in gardens. Often colorful and smells nice. Flower. For F, we have fish. Flower. Say them after me. Fish. Flower. Wonderful. We are now at G. Listen. G. Words for G. First word. Girl. Girl. A young female person. Girl. Second word. Game. Game. Something you play for fun. Like a video game or a board game. Game. For G, we have girl. Game. Repeat with me. Girl. Game. Keep going. The next letter is H. Listen. H. Words for H. First word. House. House. A building where people live. Your home. House. Second word. Hat. Hat. Something you wear on your head. To keep you warm or protect you from the sun. Hat. For H, we have house. Hat. Let's say them together. House. Hat. Excellent work. And now, I. Listen. I. Words for I. First word. Ice. Ice. Frozen water. It's cold. Ice. Second word. Idea. Idea. A thought, something you think of. Idea. For I, we have ice. Idea. Repeat after me. Ice. Idea. You are doing so well. We've learned a lot of letters already. Let's keep going. Next is J. Listen. J. Words for J. First word. Juice. Juice. A drink made from fruit or vegetables. Like orange juice or apple juice. Juice. Second word. Jacket. Jacket. A kind of coat you wear when it's a little cold. Jacket. For J, we have juice. Jacket. Say them with me. Juice. Jacket. Perfect. And now K. Listen. K. Words for K. First word. Key. Key. You use it to open a door or start a car. Key. Second word. King. King. A male ruler of a country. King. For K, we have he. King. Let's repeat them one last time. He. King. Let's continue right away with L. Listen. L. Words for L. First word. Lion. Lion. A big, strong cat. It's the king of the jungle. Lion. Second word. Leg. Leg. You have 2 legs. You use them to walk and run. Leg. For L, we have lion. Leg. Repeat them with me. Lion. Leg. Very good. Next letter is M. Listen. M. Words starting with M. First word. Monkey. Monkey. A playful animal that likes to climb trees and eat bananas. Monkey. Second word. Moon. Moon. You see it in the sky at night. It's round and bright. Moon. For M, we have monkey, moon. Say them with me. Monkey, moon. Excellent. Let's move to N. Listen. N. Words for N. First word. Nose. Nose. You use it to smell and to breathe. It's in the middle of your face. Nose. Second word. Name. Name. What people call you. My name is. What's your name? So, for N, we have nose. Name. Repeat after me. Nose. Name. Fantastic. The next letter is O. Listen. O. Words for O. First word. Orange. Orange. A round, orange fruit. It's sweet and juicy. Orange. Second word. Ocean. Ocean. A very big sea. Lots of water. Ocean. For O, we have orange. Ocean, old. Let's say them together. Orange. Ocean, old. Great. Now, P. Listen. P. Words for P. First word. Pen. Pen. You use it to write on paper. Pen. Second word. Park. Park. A green place outside where you can play, walk, or relax. Park. For P, we have pen. Park. Repeat with me. Pen. Park. You're doing great. Next is Q. Listen. Q. This one is a little trickier. Q is often followed by U in English words. Let's try these. First word. Queen. Queen. A female ruler of a country. Like a king, but a woman. Queen. Second word. Quiet. Quiet. Not loud. When you want to be calm and peaceful. Quiet. For Q, we have queen. Quiet. Say them after me. Queen. Quiet. Wonderful. We are now at our listen. R. Words for R. First word. Rain. Rain. Water falling from the sky. When it rains, you need an umbrella. Rain. Second word. Red. Red. A color, like the color of apples or strawberries. Red. For R, we have rain. Red. Repeat with me. Rain. Red. Keep going. The next letter is S. Listen. S. Words for S. First word. Sun. Sunday. The big, bright star in the sky that gives us light and heat. Sunday. Second word. Star. Star. You see them at night in the sky. They twinkle. Star. For S, we have sun, star. Let's say them together. Sun, star. Excellent work. And now, T, listen. T. Words for T. First word. Tree. Tree. A tall plant with leaves and branches. Birds live in trees. Tree. Second word. Table. Table. A piece of furniture with a flat top and legs. You eat at a table. For T, we have tree, table. Repeat after me. Tree, table. You are doing so well. We're almost there. Just a few more letters. Next is you. Listen. You. Words for you. First word. Umbrella. Umbrella. You use it to keep dry when it rains. Umbrella. Second word. Up. Up. The opposite of down. Going up. For you, we have umbrella. Up. Say them with me. Umbrella, up. Perfect. Next, via. Listen. V. Words for V. First word. Van. Van. A kind of car, often bigger than a normal car. Sometimes used to carry things. Van. Second word. Very. Very. Meaning a lot. Like, I am very happy. Very. For V, we have van. Very. Let's repeat them. Van. Very. Almost finished. Now, W, listen. W. Words for W. First word. Water. Water. You drink it to live. It falls from the sky as rain. Water. Second word. Window. Window. You look through it to see outside. It lets light into a room. Window. For W, we have water. Window. Repeat after me. Water. Window. Just a few more letters. The letter X, listen. X. X is a little different. It's not very common at the beginning of words, but we can still find some. First word. X-ray. X-ray. A special kind of picture that can see inside your body. X-ray. Second word. Xylophone. Xylophone. A musical instrument you play by hitting wooden bars with sticks. Xylophone. For X, we have X-ray. Xylophone. Say them with me. X-ray. Xylophone. You're a star. Letter Y, listen. Y. Words for Y. First word. Yellow. Yellow. A bright, sunny color. Like lemons and bananas. Yellow. Second word. Yes. Yes. The opposite of no. When you agree with something. Yes. For Y, we have yellow. Yes. Let's repeat them. Yellow. Yes. Almost at the end. And finally, the last letter of the English alphabet. Z. Listen. Z. Words for Z. First word. Zoo. Zoo. A place where you can see many different animals. Zoo. Second word. Zero. Zero. The number nothing. Before one. Zero. For Z, we have zoo. Zero. Let's say them one last time. Zoo. Zero. That's great work. You did it. You've learned all 26 letters of the English alphabet and 3 words for each letter. That's amazing progress. Keep practicing these letters and words. Now that we know the alphabet, let's move on to learning about basic numbers in English in the next part of our lesson.
Basic numbers.
Welcome back. In the last part, we started learning basic numbers. Now, let's make it even more useful. We'll still focus on basic numbers, but we'll also learn about counting money in US dollars and go a little bit bigger with numbers over 100. Knowing how to use numbers for money and bigger counts is really important in everyday life. So, listen carefully, and let's learn together. We already learned numbers 1 to 10. Let's quickly review and go a bit further. Repeat after me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Now, let's go a little higher. After 10, we have 11, then 12. Listen, 11. 12. Repeat, 11, 12. After 12, we go to 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. You hear a pattern? Many of these end in teen. Listen and repeat, 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. Very good. And then we get to 20. We learned 20 before, remember? 20. After 20, we have 21. 22. 23. And so on, up to 29. Then comes 30. Then 31. 32 up to 39, and then 40. 50. 60. 70. 80. 90. And finally, 100. That might seem like a lot, but you don't need to learn them all at once. Let's focus on the numbers up to 20 for now, and then 30. 40. 50. 60. 70. 80. 90. 100. Now, let's talk about money in the United States. They use dollars and cents. The big units are dollars. Listen, dollar. Dollar. We use this symbol for dollars, dollar. $1, $5, $10. The smaller units are cents. Listen, cent. Cent. There are 100 cents in $1. We use this symbol for cents. 1 cent, 50 cents, 99 cents. Let's practice with some amounts of money. Listen. $1. $1. Repeat. $1. Listen. $5. $5. Repeat. $5. Listen. $10. $10. Repeat. $10. Listen. 1 cent. 1 cent. Repeat. 1 cent. Listen. 50 cents. 50 cents. Repeat. 50 cents. Listen. 99 cents. 99 cents. Repeat. 99 cents. Listen. $1.50. $1.50. Repeat. $1.50. See how we put them together? Now, let's go even bigger with numbers. After 100, we have 1,000. Listen, 1,000. 1,000. That's a really big number. We use a comma sometimes to write it like this. 1,000, 1,000. Repeat, 1,000. And even bigger than that is 1 million. Listen, 1 million. 1 million. That's a very big number. We write it with more zeros. 1 million, 1 million. Repeat, 1 million. Let's use these bigger numbers in some examples. Imagine you are buying something. This book costs $10. Repeat. This book costs $10. That car costs $20,000. Repeat. That car costs $20,000. See how we use thousand? This house costs $1 million. Repeat. This house costs $1 million. That's a very expensive house. Or, talking about amounts of things. There are 100 students in the school. Repeat. There are 100 students in the school. There are 1,000 pages in this book. Repeat. There are 1,000 pages in this book. There are 1 million people in this city. Repeat. There are 1 million people in this city. Let's practice with a few more numbers. I will say a number, and you repeat it. Ready? 12. 15. 40. 75. 99. 120. 500. 1,500. 10,000. 100,000. 1 million. Excellent. You are doing fantastic with numbers. Remember, practice is key. Try to notice numbers around you every day, on signs, in shops, everywhere. Try to say them in English. In the next part, we will learn how to say hello and introduce ourselves in English. You're building a great foundation. Keep going.
Greetings and introductions.
Welcome back. Now that we know the alphabet and some numbers, it's time to learn how to greet people and introduce ourselves in English. This is super important because these are the first things you usually say when you meet someone new. In this part, we will learn some basic greetings and how to introduce your name. Listen carefully and repeat after me. Let's start with the most common greeting. Hello. Listen. Hello. Hello. You can say hello to anyone at any time of day. It's a friendly and simple greeting. Repeat after me. Hello. Another very common greeting is hi. Listen. Hi. Hi. Hi is a little more informal than hello, but you can still use it with most people you meet. It's also very friendly. Repeat. Hi. Now, let's learn greetings for different times of the day. In the morning, we say good morning. Listen. Good morning. Good morning. We usually say good morning from when you wake up until around midday, or lunchtime. Repeat. Good morning. In the afternoon, we say good afternoon. Listen. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We use good afternoon from lunchtime until the evening, when the sun starts to go down. Repeat. Good afternoon. In the evening or at night, we say good evening. Listen. Good evening. Good evening. We use good evening from when the sun goes down until it's time to go to sleep. Repeat. Good evening. It's important to remember, we say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening when we greet someone, when we say hello. When we say goodbye at night, we say good night. Listen. Good night. Good night. We say good night when we are saying goodbye in the evening or before going to bed. Repeat. Good night. Don't get good evening and good night confused. Okay, now you know some greetings. Let's learn how to introduce yourself, how to say your name. Someone might ask you, what's your name? Listen. What's your name? What's your name? This is a question. They want to know your name. Repeat. What's your name? To answer, you can say, my name is, and then say your name. Listen. My name is. My name is. Then you say your name. For example, I can say, my name is Lily. Let's practice. I will ask you, what's your name, and you answer, my name is, and then your name. Ready? What's your name? Good. I hope you said your name. You can practice that a few times. Another common question when you meet someone is, how are you? Listen. How are you? How are you? This is asking about how you are feeling today. Repeat. How are you? A simple and polite way to answer is, I'm fine, thank you. And you? Listen. I'm fine, thank you. And you? I'm fine, thank you. And you? This means you are doing well, you are saying thank you for asking, and you are asking the other person how they are. It's very polite. Repeat. I'm fine, thank you. And you? Let's put it all together in a short conversation. Listen to this.
Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
My name is Lily.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Let's practice that conversation. I will be person 1, and you be person 2. Ready? Hello. What's your name? How are you? Now, let's switch. You be person 1, and I will be person 2. Hi. My name is Andrew. I'm fine, thank you. And you? Great job. You just practiced a simple English conversation for greetings and introductions. You learned how to say hello, how to ask someone's name and say your own, and how to ask how are you, and answer politely. Keep practicing these greetings and introductions. Try saying hello and hi to people you meet today. Practice saying my name is, and your name. The more you practice, the more natural it will become. In the next part, we will start building our vocabulary with some simple, everyday words. See you there.
Part 3. Building Vocabulary Foundation. Basic vocabulary by topic.
Welcome back. We are really building our English skills now. In the last part, we started learning basic vocabulary. But let's make our vocabulary even stronger. Knowing more words will help you understand even more and express yourself better in English. In this expanded part, we will still learn simple words grouped by topic, but we will learn more words for each topic and give you a little more detail about each word. We'll continue with our topics. Family, friends, things around, colors, food, and weather. Are you ready to learn even more words? Let's go. Let's start again with family. Listen. Family. Family. Remember, these are the people who are important in your life, the people you are close to. Let's expand our family vocabulary. First word. Mother. Mother. Your female parent. Also called mom or mama. She takes care of you. Repeat. Mother. Mom. Mama. Second word. Father. Father. Your male parent. Also called dad or papa. He also takes care of you. Repeat. Father. Dad. Papa. Third word. Brother. Brother. A boy who shares the same parents as you. He is in your family. Repeat. Brother. Maybe you have an older brother or a younger brother. Fourth word. Sister. Sister. A girl who shares the same parents as you. She is also in your family. Repeat. Sister. Maybe you have an older sister or a younger sister. Fifth word. Grandmother. Grandmother. Your mother's or father's mother. Also called grandma or granny. She is your parents' mother. Repeat. Grandmother, grandma, granny. Sixth word. Grandfather, grandfather. Your mother's or father's father. Also called grandpa. He is your parents' father. Repeat. Grandfather, grandpa. Seventh word. Parents, parents. This word means your mother and father together. Your parents take care of you. Repeat. Parents. Eighth word. Children, children. This word means your sons and daughters. If you have sons and daughters, they are your children. Repeat. Children. Ninth word. Uncle, uncle. Your mother's or father's brother. He is your parents' brother. Repeat. Uncle. 10th word. Aunt, aunt. Your mother's or father's sister. She is your parents' sister. Repeat. Aunt. Wow. For family, we now know 10 words. Mother, father, brother, sister, grandmother, grandfather, parents, children, uncle, aunt. Let's say them all together. Mother, father, brother, sister, grandmother, grandfather, parents, children, uncle, aunt. Think about your own family as you say these words. Let's move to friends again and learn more words about friends. Listen. Friends. Friends. People you enjoy spending time with. Let's add to our friend vocabulary. First word. Friend. Friend. Someone you like and trust, someone you enjoy being with. Repeat. Friend. Second word. Classmate. Classmate. Someone who is in your class at school. You learn together. Repeat. Classmate. Third word. Neighbor. Neighbor. Someone who lives very close to you, in the next house or apartment. Repeat. Neighbor. Fourth word. Best friend. Best friend. Your very closest friend, the friend you like the most. Repeat. Best friend. Fifth word. Buddy. Buddy. Another word for friend, a casual and friendly word. Repeat. Buddy. Sixth word. Pal. Pal. Like buddy, another informal word for friend. Repeat. Pal. For friends, we now know 6 words. Friend, classmate, neighbor, best friend, buddy, pal. Repeat after me. Friend, classmate, neighbor, best friend, buddy, pal. Think about your friends. Maybe you can describe them using these words. Our next topic, things around. Let's learn more about things around us. Listen. Things around. Things around. Everyday objects in your home or room. Let's expand this list. First word. Table. Table. A flat surface with legs for eating, working, or putting things on. Repeat. Table. Maybe you have a dining table or a coffee table. Second word. Chair. Chair. Something to sit on, usually with 4 legs and a back. Repeat. Chair. You might sit on a kitchen chair or a sofa chair. Third word. Book. Book. Something you read, with pages filled with words and stories. Repeat. Book. You might have many books on a bookshelf. Fourth word. Pen. Pen. You use it to write or draw on paper. Repeat. Pen. You might have a blue pen or a red pen. Fifth word. Window. Window. You look through it to see outside, and it lets sunlight into your room. Repeat. Window. You might open a window to get fresh air. Sixth word. Door. Door. You use it to enter or leave a room or building. Repeat. Door. You close the door to keep a room private. Seventh word. Wall. Wall. The sides of a room or house. Walls make rooms. Repeat. Wall. You might hang pictures on the wall. Eighth word. Floor. Floor. The bottom surface of a room, you walk on it. Repeat. Floor. Maybe you have a wooden floor or a carpeted floor. For things around, we now have 8 words. Table, chair, book, pen, window, door, wall, floor. Say them with me. Table, chair, book, pen, window, door, wall, floor. Look around your room again. Can you name more things around you in English? Next topic. Colors. Let's learn even more colors. Listen. Colors. Colors. They make the world beautiful. Let's expand our color vocabulary. First word. Red. Red. The color of blood or ripe strawberries. Repeat. Red. Second word. Blue. Blue. The color of a clear sky or the deep ocean. Repeat. Blue. Third word. Green. Green. The color of grass, leaves, and many trees. Repeat. Green. Fourth word. Yellow. Yellow. The color of the sun, lemons, and bananas. Repeat. Yellow. Fifth word. Black. Black. The opposite of white, like night or dark ink. Repeat. Black. Sixth word. White. White. The color of snow, clouds, or milk. Repeat. White. Seventh word. Orange. Orange. A color that's between red and yellow, like the fruit orange. Repeat. Orange. Eighth word. Purple. Purple. A color that's a mix of blue and red, like grapes or lavender flowers. Repeat. Purple. Ninth word. Pink. Pink. A light red color, often associated with flowers and sweetness. Repeat. Pink. 10th word. Brown. Brown. The color of earth, wood, or chocolate. Repeat. Brown. Wow, 10 colors now. Red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, orange, purple, pink, brown. Repeat after me. Red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, orange, purple, pink, brown. Think about the colors you see around you right now. Our next topic, and we're getting hungry, is food. Listen. Food. Food. Let's learn even more words for delicious things to eat. First word. Rice. Rice. Small white or brown grains, a very common food around the world. Repeat. Rice. Second word. Bread. Bread. Made from flour and baked, you can make toast or sandwiches. Repeat. Bread. Third word. Water. Water. Essential for life, you drink it every day to stay healthy. Repeat. Water. Fourth word. Fruit. Fruit. Sweet and often juicy, grows on trees or vines, like apples, bananas, oranges, grapes. Repeat. Fruit. Fifth word. Meat. Meat. Food from animals, like beef, chicken, pork, or fish. Repeat. Meat. Sixth word. Vegetable. Vegetable. Healthy plant-based food, like carrots, broccoli, spinach, tomatoes. Repeat. Vegetable. Seventh word. Egg. Egg. Laid by chickens, ducks, etc., you can boil, fry, or scramble them. Repeat. Egg. Eighth word. Cheese. Cheese. Made from milk, often yellow or white, you can eat it with bread or crackers. Repeat. Cheese. Ninth word. Soup. Soup. Liquid food, often warm, made with vegetables, meat, or noodles. Repeat. Soup. 10th word. Noodles. Noodles. Long thin strips of dough, often eaten in soup or with sauce. Repeat. Noodles. Fantastic. 10 food words. Rice, bread, water, fruit, meat, vegetable, egg, cheese, soup, noodles. Say them with me. Rice, bread, water, fruit, meat, vegetable, egg, cheese, soup, noodles. Are you hungry now? And finally, our last expanded topic for this part is weather. Listen. Weather. Weather. Let's learn more ways to describe the weather outside. First word. Sunny. Sunny. Bright sun, blue sky, warm and cheerful. Repeat. Sunny. Second word. Rainy. Rainy. Water falling from the sky, you need an umbrella. Repeat. Rainy. Third word. cloudy, cloudy. Sky full of clouds, sun hidden, often gray. Repeat. Cloudy. Fourth word. Hot, hot. High temperature, you feel very warm, maybe sweaty. Repeat. Hot. Fifth word. Cold, cold. Low temperature, you feel chilly, you need a jacket. Repeat. Cold. Sixth word. Windy, windy. When the wind is blowing strongly. Repeat. Windy. Trees move in the windy weather. Seventh word. Snowy, snowy. White flakes falling from the sky in cold weather. Repeat. Snowy. Snowy weather is often very beautiful. Eighth word. Stormy, stormy. Bad weather with strong wind, rain, maybe thunder and lightning. Repeat. Stormy. Stay inside when it's stormy. For weather, we now have 8 words. Sunny, rainy, cloudy, hot, cold, windy, snowy, stormy. Repeat after me. Sunny, rainy, cloudy, hot, cold, windy, snowy, stormy. What's the weather like where you are right now? Can you describe it in English using these words? Excellent work, everyone. You've greatly expanded your vocabulary in this part. You learned even more words about family, friends, things around, colors, food, and weather. You are building a really strong foundation of English words. Keep practicing these words. Try to use them when you talk about your life, your surroundings, and the world around you. The more you practice and use these words, the better you will remember them and the more easily you will be able to think in English. In the next part, we will learn about using pictures and flashcards to help you learn even more vocabulary. See you there.
Using visuals and flashcards.
Welcome back, everyone. It's great to learn English with you. You know the alphabet, numbers, and some words already. That's wonderful. Now, we are going to learn some really helpful and fun ways to learn even more words, using pictures and flashcards. Think of pictures and flashcards like your special helpers for learning words. They are not just things to use, they can really help you learn words better, remember them, and even make learning fun. Let's learn how to use them so they work best for you. First, let's really understand visuals. Listen again. Visuals. Visuals. Remember, visuals are about learning with your eyes. They are pictures, drawings, real things, anything you can see to help you learn a word. Why are visuals good? Because our brains remember pictures very well. People often say, pictures are very helpful, and it's very true when you learn English words. Let's explore different types of visuals and how to use them. One great way is to use pictures from books and the internet as your window to the word's meaning. When you see a new word, try to find pictures for it. For example, if you learn butterfly, don't just read the word. Go online and search for butterfly pictures. You will see many different and pretty butterflies. Look at their colors, their designs, their thin wings. Seeing this helps you remember butterfly better than just reading the word. You can find pictures in kids' books, websites like Google Images or Bing Images, online dictionaries, and English learning websites. And please, don't think drawing is not helpful if you are not an artist. Your own drawings are very good. Drawing simple shapes is okay. Drawing helps you learn and remember words. For example, for house, draw a square, then a triangle on top for the roof, and a rectangle for the door. For happy, just draw a smiling face. Easy drawings are best. Your drawings are your own, and they help you learn. They are very good for you. Real objects around you are also fantastic visuals, offering a tangible connection. Whenever possible, try to use real things as pictures when you can. This is very good for words for things you can touch and see. Like cup. Take a cup. Hold it, look at it, say its color and shape. Table. Point to the table near you. Tree. Look outside at a tree. Seeing and touching things helps you learn words very strongly and quickly. You can even put small papers with English words on things in your house. Every time you see the thing, you also see the word. And finally, don't forget about visual flashcards. We will talk about flashcards soon. But remember, you can use pictures right on your flashcards. Don't just write the meaning on the back of your flashcard, try to draw a small picture. Or, even better, print pictures from the internet and stick them on your flashcards. Pictures on flashcards are very helpful because they use both flashcards and pictures to help you remember. Let's quickly remember why pictures are very good for learning words. They help you remember better, make learning more fun, make meaning clear, help you connect words to ideas. Now, let's learn more about flashcards. Listen again. Flashcards. Flashcards. Flashcards are like small cards to help you learn words. You can carry them with you. They have two sides and help you learn and remember words well. They are very good ways to learn. Let's learn how to make and use flashcards to learn many words. When you make your own flashcards, step by step, first, you'll want to get your materials. You don't need special things. Simple is best. Paper or thick paper cards, scissors, if you use paper, pens or markers, and maybe pictures. For side 1, which is the word side, think of it as the question side. This is where you'll write the English word. You can also add how to say it, this is good, but not needed. Then, for side 2, the meaning side, this is your answer side. This is where you write the meaning in your language, or easy English meaning, a sentence example, very good to have, and a picture or drawing, make flashcards even better. Now, let's talk about using your flashcards, using two piles. Know and don't know. When you study, hold your flashcards with the word side to you. Try to remember the meaning. Then, turn it over to check and learn. Make two piles. Know and don't know. Know pile, words you know well. Don't know pile, words you need to learn more. For don't know pile. Study often. For know pile. Study sometimes. Study regularly. Mix your cards each time you study. Flashcards, especially with pictures, are very helpful for learning words because they make you learn actively, are made for you, can have pictures, very good, help you learn in a good way. So, Try to be creative with pictures and start making your own flashcards. Try drawing, finding pictures online, and using real things. Use the know and don't know piles to help you study. If you study with pictures and flashcards regularly, your English words will become stronger every day. Next time, we will learn another very good way to learn more words, learning by reading English. We will talk about easy books and stories for beginners. Keep learning, you are doing great.
Learning vocabulary through reading.
Hello again. Welcome back to our English learning podcast. You are doing so well. We've learned about letters, numbers, basic words, and even using pictures and flashcards. Now, we're going to talk about another really fun and effective way to learn even more English words. And that is learning through reading. Yes, reading. You might think reading is difficult, but it's actually a wonderful way to build your vocabulary, even as a beginner. Reading in English can open up a whole new world of words for you. Let's talk about how to start reading in English, even if you are just beginning. So, why is reading good for learning words? Well, when you read, you see words in sentences and stories. This helps you understand how words are used in real situations. It's not just learning words from a list. You see how words work together to tell a story or give information. This makes the words more alive and easier to remember. Also, reading is interesting. You can read about things you like, and when you are interested in something, learning becomes much easier and more fun. Now, where can you find things to read if you are a beginner? Don't worry, there are many easy things you can start with. One idea is to use children's books. Yes, children's books. These are perfect for beginners. They use simple words, short sentences, and often have lots of pictures to help you understand. Try to look for books with big pictures and not too many words on each page. Stories for young children are great to start with. You can find these books at libraries or bookstores, or you can even find them online. Another good choice is graded readers. These are special books made for English learners. They are made for different learning levels, from beginner all the way to advanced. Beginner graded readers use very simple English, with easy words and sentences. As you get better at English, you can read books for higher levels. These books are a great way to slowly get better at reading and learn more words. You can often find graded readers online, or in bookstores that sell English learning books. You can also look for simple stories online. There are many websites that have very short and easy stories for people learning English. These stories are often free to read online. They are usually short and easy to understand, which is perfect for practicing reading for a few minutes each day. Just search online for easy English stories for beginners and you will find many websites with stories. Picture dictionaries with stories can also be helpful. Some picture dictionaries are not just lists of words and pictures. Some of them also have very short and simple stories that use the words you are learning in the dictionary. These can be a fun way to see the words used in a story. And you can try comic books or graphic novels for kids. Comic books and graphic novels use pictures to tell stories, and they also have words. The pictures help you understand the story, even if you don't know all the words. Try to find comic books made for young children, because they will use simpler language. When you are reading, what should you do when you see a new word? It's normal to see words you don't know when you are reading in English. Don't stop every time you see a new word, or you will get tired and reading will not be fun. Here's what you can do. First, try to guess the meaning. Try to guess what the word means from the sentence and the story. Sometimes, you can understand the general meaning even if you don't know every single word. Also, look at the pictures too, if the book has pictures. Pictures can give you clues about what new words mean. Don't worry about every word. You don't need to understand every single word when you are reading, especially when you are just starting. Try to understand the main idea of the sentence or the story. If you understand the main idea, that is good. So, when should you look up a new word? If it's a word that seems crucial to understanding the story, or a word you see repeatedly, then you can look it up. But remember, don't stop for every new word you encounter. When you decide to look up a word, look up words in a dictionary sometimes. Use a simple dictionary. Online dictionaries are easy to use. Try to find a dictionary that is made for English learners, because they often use easier definitions. Or, you can use a picture dictionary, where you can see a picture of the word. And when you learn a new word, write new words down. When you look up a new word and learn its meaning, you can write it down in a notebook. Or, even better, you can make a flashcard for that word. Then you can practice your new words later with your flashcards, like we talked about before. Remember, reading in English should be fun. So, choose books and stories that look interesting to you. Start with very easy things, like children's books or beginner-graded readers. Read a little bit every day, even if it's just for 5 or 10 minutes. Don't worry about understanding every single word. Just try to enjoy the story and learn some new words as you read. The more you read, the more words you will learn, and reading in English will become easier and easier. So, reading is another wonderful tool for building your English vocabulary. Start simple, choose interesting books, don't be afraid of new words, and just enjoy reading. Happy reading, and I will see you in the next part where we will talk about learning vocabulary by listening to English. Keep up the great work.
Learning vocabulary through listening.
Hello and welcome back. You are doing such a fantastic job learning English vocabulary. We've talked about reading, pictures, and flashcards. Now, we are going to talk about another super helpful way to learn words, and that is learning by listening. Yes, listening to English. Listening is a really important part of learning English, and it's also a great way to learn new words. When you listen to English, you can hear how words sound, and you can learn new words without even trying too hard. Let's talk about how listening can help you build your vocabulary. So, why is listening good for learning new words? Well, first, when you listen, you hear how English words are really spoken. You learn the correct sounds and how to say the words yourself. This is very important for speaking English well. Also, when you listen to English, you often hear new words used in conversations or stories. Just like reading, listening helps you see how words are used in real life. You hear words in context, and this helps you understand their meaning better and remember them more easily. And listening can be very convenient. You can listen to English while you are doing other things, like walking, cooking, or cleaning your house. You can learn English even when you are busy doing other things. Now, what can you listen to if you are a beginner? There are many easy and fun things you can listen to in English. One idea to get you started is simple English songs for kids. Songs for children often use very simple words and repeat them many times. This makes them easy to understand and good for learning basic vocabulary. You can find many of these songs on websites like YouTube. Just search for English songs for children or easy English songs for kids. Another good option is very short and easy English podcasts for learners. There are podcasts made especially for people who are learning English. Beginner podcasts use very simple English and talk about easy topics. They are usually short, maybe just a few minutes long, which is perfect for beginners. You can search for English podcasts for beginners online. You can also listen to simple English conversations. You can find recordings of simple conversations in English. These conversations are often between two people talking about everyday things. Listening to simple conversations helps you learn how English is used in talking with other people. You can search online for easy English conversations for learners. English learning channels on YouTube for beginners are also a great resource. YouTube has many channels that teach English to beginners. Some of these channels have listening lessons that are very easy to follow. They often use pictures and simple explanations to help you understand. Search on YouTube for English lessons for beginners listening. And for something fun, you can try easy English cartoons for kids. Cartoons made for young children use simple language and often show what is happening in the story with pictures. Watching easy cartoons can be a fun way to learn new words by listening and watching at the same time. You can find many kids' cartoons on YouTube. When you are listening to English, what should you do when you hear a new word? Just like with reading, it's normal to hear words you don't know when you are listening to English. Don't stop the listening every time you hear a new word, or you will get frustrated and listening will not be fun. Here are some things you can try. First, try to understand the main idea first. Just try to understand the main idea of what you are listening to. Don't worry about every single word. Try to understand the general topic or what the people are talking about. Sometimes you can understand the main idea even if you don't know all the words. It can also be helpful to listen for words you already know. Try to listen for words that you already know. When you hear words you know, it can help you understand more of what you are listening to. It can also make you feel more confident when you understand some words. Another thing you can do is guess the meaning from the context. Try to guess what new words mean from the other words around them and from the situation. If you are listening to a story about animals, and you hear a new word when they talk about a cat, maybe the new word is about cats. Try to use the context to guess the meaning. If you hear some new words that sound important or that you hear many times, you can write down a few new words to look up later. Write them down in a notebook. Then, after you finish listening, you can look up these words in a dictionary. But don't stop listening every time you hear a new word. And finally, listen again. Sometimes, listening again to the same thing can help you understand more words the second time. The first time, you can just try to understand the main idea. The second time, you can listen more carefully for new words and try to understand more details. Remember, listening to English should be enjoyable. So, choose songs, podcasts, or conversations that sound interesting to you. Start with very easy materials made for beginners. Listen a little bit each day, even if it's just for a few minutes. Don't worry if you don't understand everything. Just try to relax, enjoy the sounds of English, and learn some new words along the way. The more you listen, the better your listening will become, and the more words you will learn without even trying too hard. So, listening is another really great way to build your English vocabulary. Find simple and interesting things to listen to, don't be afraid of new words, and just enjoy listening. Happy listening, and in our next part, we will talk about another important way to learn words, learning by speaking English. Keep up the amazing learning.
Learning vocabulary through speaking.
Hello again, and welcome back. You are doing such a wonderful job with your English learning journey. We've already talked about reading, listening, pictures, and flashcards. Now, we are going to talk about maybe the most exciting way to learn new words, learning by speaking English. Yes, speaking. Speaking English might feel a little scary at first, but it's actually one of the best ways to make new words really stick in your mind. When you speak English, you are not just learning words, you are using them. Let's talk about how speaking can help you grow your vocabulary. So, why is speaking so good for learning new words? Well, when you speak, you have to think about the words you know and try to use them to say what you want to say. This thinking and using words make them stronger in your memory. It's like practicing using your muscles. The more you use them, the stronger they become. Speaking is like exercising your vocabulary muscles. Also, when you speak with other people, they might use new words that you don't know yet. This is a great way to learn new words from real conversations. And speaking can be really fun. Talking with people in English, even if it's just a little bit, can be very exciting and make you feel more connected to the language. Now, how can you practice speaking English if you are a beginner? You might think, I don't know enough words to speak. But don't worry, you can start with very simple speaking practice. One idea to get you started is to speak English to yourself. Yes, talk to yourself in English. You can do this when you are alone, in your room, or doing things around the house. You can talk about what you are doing, what you are thinking, or what you see around you. For example, if you are cooking, you can say in English, I am cooking. I am cutting vegetables. This is a knife. These are carrots. Talking to yourself helps you practice using the words you know, and it's a good way to get more comfortable with speaking English sounds. Another good way to practice is to practice simple conversations with a language partner. If you know someone else who is also learning English, or someone who speaks English well, you can practice simple conversations with them. You can talk about easy topics, like your day, your hobbies, or your favorite things. You can ask each other simple questions and answer them. There are also websites and apps where you can find language partners to practice speaking English online. It's also helpful to use new words when you speak, even if it's just a little bit. When you learn a new word, try to use it when you speak English, even if it's just in a simple sentence. For example, if you learn the word delicious and you are eating food, you can say, this is delicious. Trying to use new words when you speak helps you remember them better and makes them become part of your active vocabulary. You can also describe pictures in English. Take a picture from a book or magazine, or find a picture online. Then, try to describe the picture in English. Say what you see in the picture, who is in the picture, what colors you see, and what is happening. This is a good way to practice speaking and using words to describe things. And a good practice is to read English aloud. Take a simple English book or story that we talked about in the last part. Read a sentence or a paragraph aloud. Reading aloud helps you practice saying English words correctly, and it also helps you connect the words you see with the sounds of the words. When you are speaking English, what should you do when you don't know a word? It's very normal to not know all the words when you are speaking English, especially when you are a beginner. Don't stop speaking every time you don't know a word, or you will get frustrated and speaking will not be fun. Here are some things you can try. First, use words you already know to explain. If you don't know the exact English word for something, try to use other words you already know to explain what you mean. For example, if you don't know the word refrigerator, you can say the cold box in the kitchen for food. Using words you know to explain helps you keep speaking and helps you practice being creative with your English. Also, ask your language partner for help. If you are practicing speaking with a language partner, don't be afraid to ask them for help when you don't know a word. You can say, "How do you say," in English? Or what is the English word for? Asking for help is a good way to learn new words right away in a conversation. Remember, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes when they are learning a new language, especially when speaking. Don't be afraid to make mistakes when you are speaking English. Mistakes are part of learning. The important thing is to keep speaking and keep practicing. Making mistakes is how you learn and get better. And after you finish speaking practice, write down words you wanted to say but didn't know. Think about any words that you wanted to use but you didn't know in English. Write these words down in a notebook. Then, you can look them up in a dictionary later and learn them. This helps you learn the words that are useful for you to speak about the things you want to talk about. Remember, speaking English is about practice and fun. So, find ways to speak English that you enjoy. Start with very simple speaking activities, like talking to yourself or practicing with a language partner. Speak a little bit every day, even if it's just for a few minutes. Don't worry about making mistakes. Just try to speak, use the words you know, and learn new words as you speak. The more you speak, the better your speaking will become, and the more words you will learn and remember. So, speaking is a really fantastic way to build your English vocabulary. Find simple ways to practice speaking. Don't be afraid to make mistakes or use simple words, and just enjoy speaking. Happy speaking, and congratulations! You have now learned many great ways to build your English vocabulary. In our next part, we will move on to part 4, and talk about how to practice and review your vocabulary regularly to make sure you remember all the new words you are learning. Keep up the absolutely amazing work.
Practicing and reviewing your vocabulary.
Hello, wonderful learners, and welcome back to our English Vocabulary Podcast. You have come so far and learned so many amazing ways to build your vocabulary in Part 3. Now, in this final part, Part 4, we are going to talk about something really, really important to make sure all your hard work pays off. and that is practicing and reviewing your vocabulary. Yes, practice and review. Learning new words is great, but if you don't practice and review them, you might forget them after some time. Think of it like this: if you learn someone's name, and you never say it again, you might forget it. But if you say their name again and again, you will remember it for a long time. It's the same with new English words. Practicing and reviewing helps you keep the words in your memory so you can use them when you speak, write, read, and listen to English. So, let's talk about some easy and fun ways to practice and review your English vocabulary. So, why is practice and review so important? Well, our brains are very clever, but they can also forget things if we don't remind them. When you learn a new word, it's like planting a little seed in your brain. Practice and review are like watering that seed and giving it sunshine. They help the word grow stronger and stronger in your memory so it becomes a strong, healthy part of your vocabulary garden. Regular practice and review also help you make sure you really understand how to use the words correctly in different situations. It's not just about knowing the meaning, it's about being able to use the word when you need it. Now, how can you practice and review your English vocabulary in easy and fun ways? Don't worry, it doesn't have to be boring homework. One fun and simple idea for you is to use your flashcards regularly. Remember the flashcards we talked about in Part 3? These are perfect for review. Take out your flashcards for a few minutes every day, or every few days. Use the know and don't know piles we talked about. Focus on reviewing the don't know pile more often, and the know pile less often. Just a few minutes of flashcard review regularly can make a big difference. Another helpful tip is to try to use new words in sentences every day. Make it a little game for yourself to try to use a few new English words in sentences every day. You can say these sentences to yourself, write them down in a notebook, or say them to a language partner if you have one. Just try to find small ways to use your new words. For example, if you learned the word beautiful, you can look outside and say, "The sky is beautiful today." Or if you learned delicious, you can say when you eat, "This food is delicious." You can also play simple vocabulary games. There are many fun and easy games you can play to practice your English words. You can find vocabulary games online, or you can play simple games with a friend or language partner. Games make review fun and less like work. Some examples are matching games, memory games, or simple word quizzes. And don't forget to read easy English books and stories again. Remember the children's books and graded readers we talked about? Reading them again is a great way to review vocabulary. When you read a story again, you will see the words in context again, and this helps to strengthen your memory of them. You will also understand the story even better the second time, and that feels really good. Similarly, you can listen to easy English songs and podcasts again. Just like reading, listening to songs and podcasts again is also a good way to review words. Listen to songs and podcasts that you have listened to before. You will hear the words again, and you will understand more each time you listen. Listening again helps you remember the words and also helps you get better at understanding spoken English. Finally, remember you can label things around your house with English words. Remember we talked about putting sticky notes with English words on things in your house to learn visuals? You can keep these labels there. Every time you see these labels, you are reviewing those words without even trying hard. It's a very easy way to have regular review in your daily life. How often should you practice and review? The best answer is regularly. Little and often is better than a lot sometimes, and then nothing for a long time. Try to do a little bit of vocabulary practice or review every day, or at least a few times a week. Even just 5 or 10 minutes of review each day can make a big difference over time. Choose a time that works for you, maybe in the morning, or in the evening, or during your lunch break. Make it a regular part of your English learning routine, like brushing your teeth every day. Remember, practicing and reviewing vocabulary is not just extra work. It's actually the key to really learning and remembering all the new words you are discovering. It helps you move words from your short-term memory to your long-term memory, so you can use them easily whenever you need them. And it makes your vocabulary stronger and stronger over time. So, make practice and review a fun and regular part of your English learning. Use flashcards, play games, reread and re-listen to materials, and find small ways to use new words every day. With consistent practice and review, you will be amazed at how much your English vocabulary grows, and how much more confident you become in using English. Congratulations! You have now reached the end of our vocabulary building podcast series. You have learned so many great strategies and techniques in this part. Remember to use pictures, flashcards, reading, listening, and speaking to learn new words. And most importantly, remember to practice and review regularly to make those words really yours. Keep learning, keep practicing, and keep enjoying your amazing English journey. Thank you so much for listening, and happy vocabulary building.
Part 4. Simple sentence structures. Subject, verb, object, SVO.
Hello again, and welcome back. In this part, we are going to start looking at how to make simple sentences in English. Knowing how to make sentences is super important because sentences are how we put words together to say what we want to say. And in this section, we are going to learn about the most basic sentence structure in English. It's called SVO. Let's find out what SVO means and how it works. So, what is this SVO? Well, SVO is like a simple recipe for making English sentences. It stands for 3 things. S is for subject, V is for verb, and O is for object. These are the 3 main parts that you need to make a basic English sentence. Let's learn about each part one by one. First, we have subject, or S. The subject is who or what is doing the action in the sentence. It's the person or thing that we are talking about. For example, if I say, I eat rice, the subject is I. I am the person who is doing the action. Other examples of subjects can be words like you, he, she, it, we, they, or names like Tom, Mary, the cat, the dog, my mother, my father, and so on. The subject is always the one who is doing something, or the thing that we are talking about, and it usually comes at the very beginning of the sentence. Next, we have verb, or V. The verb is the action word. It tells us what the subject is doing. In our example sentence, I eat rice, the verb is eat. Eat is the action that I am doing. Verbs are action words like eat, drink, sleep, walk, run, read, write, see, hear, like, want, have. and many, many more. The verb is always the action part of the sentence. And finally, we have object, or O. The object is who or what receives the action of the verb. It's what the subject is doing something to. In our sentence I eat rice, the object is rice. Rice is what I am eating. Objects can be things like rice, water, book, pen, apple, banana, car, house, or people like him, her, us, them. Or names like Tom, Mary, my friend, my teacher, and so on. The object is the thing or person that the action is done to. So, the basic SVO structure is subject, verb, object. We've already looked at a few examples. I eat rice, she drinks water, he reads a book, and they like cats. To help you really understand and practice, let's try saying 5 more clear examples of SVO sentences together. First example. We watch TV. In this sentence, you can see that we is the subject, watch is the verb, and TV is the object. Subject, verb, object. We watch TV. Okay, now you try. Repeat after me. We watch TV. Second example. The dog chases the ball. Here, the dog is the subject, chases is the verb, and the ball is the object. Subject, verb, object. The dog chases the ball. Great. Now, your turn. Repeat after me. The dog chases the ball. Third example. My mother cooks dinner. In this example, my mother is the subject, cooks is the verb, and dinner is the object. Subject, verb, object. My mother cooks dinner. Excellent. Repeat after me. My mother cooks dinner. Fourth example. John plays guitar. Here, John is the subject, plays is the verb, and guitar is the object. Subject, verb, object. John plays guitar. Very good. Repeat after me. John plays guitar. Fifth example. They learn English. And in this final example, they is the subject, learn is the verb, and English is the object. Subject, verb, object. They learn English. Fantastic. Repeat after me. They learn English. Do you see how it works now? Subject, verb, object. It's like a simple formula for creating so many basic English sentences. As you start to learn more English words, especially verbs and nouns, you can use this SVO structure to build countless sentences of your own. When you want to say something in English, first think about SVO. Ask yourself, who or what is my subject? What verb or action do I want to use? And who or what is my object? Once you have these 3 pieces, just put them together in the SVO order, and you have a simple, correct English sentence. In the next section, we will learn more about verbs and how they can change depending on when the action happens. But for now, just remember SVO. Subject, verb, object. It's the basic recipe for making simple sentences in English.
Basic tenses.
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing our journey into making simple English sentences, and in this section, we are going to talk about something called tenses. Now, tense might sound like a complicated grammar word, but it's really just about time. When we talk, We need to show when things happen. Do they happen now, in the past, or in the future? Tenses are how we do that in English. They are like time signals for our verbs. And in this section, we are going to learn about the 3 most important basic tenses that every beginner English learner needs to know. These are your starting points for talking about time in English. Are you ready to explore the world of English tenses? Let's begin. As we learned in the last section, sentences often follow the SVO structure. Subject, verb, object. The verb, that action word, is the part of the sentence that changes to show us the tense, to show us when the action is happening. We are going to focus on 3 basic tenses today: the simple present tense, the simple past tense, and the simple future tense. Think of these as your 3 basic time tools in English. Let's start with the simple present tense. This is your now tense, but it's also used for more than just right this second. We use the simple present tense for a few main things. First, we use it to talk about habits or routines, things that we do regularly, again and again. For example, if you eat breakfast every morning, that's a habit. You can say, I eat breakfast every morning. See the verb eat? That's in the simple present tense. Other examples of habits. She drinks coffee every day. He walks to school. They play soccer on weekends. We watch TV in the evening. All of these are things that happen regularly, so we use the simple present tense. Second, we use simple present to talk about facts or things that are generally true. Things that are always the same or usually the same. For example, the sun rises in the east. That's a fact, it's always true. Water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Another fact. Cats like to sleep. A general truth about cats. English is an international language. A true statement. For these kinds of general truths and facts, we use the simple present tense. Third, we also use simple present to talk about things that are true right now, in this present moment. For example, I am a student. That's true about me right now. She is happy. Her feeling right now. He lives in New York City. Where he lives right now. They are learning English. What they are doing in this period of their lives. Even though these things are happening now, they are often more like states or ongoing situations, which is why we use simple present. For most verbs in the simple present tense, we use the base form of the verb, just like we learned in the SVO structure. I eat, she drinks, he walks, they play, we watch. Remember, for he, she, and it, we often add an S to the verb. He walks, she drinks, it eats. But the basic idea of simple present is using the base form of the verb to talk about habits, facts, and things true in the present. Let's practice a few simple present sentences. Repeat after me. Okay, now you try. Repeat after me. I eat rice every day. Great. Now, your turn. Repeat after me. She drinks coffee in the morning. Excellent. Repeat after me. He walks to school. Very good. Repeat after me. They play soccer on weekends. Fantastic. Repeat after me. We watch TV in the evening. Now, let's move on to the simple past tense. This tense is for talking about things that happened in the past and are now finished. Actions that are completed. Think about yesterday, last week, last month, last year, or any time in the past that is done. That's when we use the simple past tense. If you want to say you did something yesterday, you will use simple past. If you want to say something happened a long time ago, you will use simple past. For many verbs in the simple past, we add ed to the end of the verb. For example, the simple past of watch is watched. The simple past of play is played. The simple past of cook is cooked. So, if you watched TV last night, you can say, I watched TV last night. See how we added ed to watch? That ed ending is a signal that the action is in the simple past. Other examples. She drank juice yesterday. Note. Drink is irregular in the past, it becomes drank. He walked home after school. They played games last weekend. We cooked dinner together. John played the guitar yesterday. All of these actions are finished, they happened in the past, so we use the simple past tense. However, English has some verbs that are irregular in the past tense. This means they don't just add ed. They change in different ways. For example, the past tense of eat is ate, not eated. The past tense of drink is drank, not drinked. The past tense of read is spelled the same read, but it sounds a little different, like read. Don't worry too much about irregular verbs right now. For now, just remember that many verbs form the simple past by adding ed, and we will learn about irregular verbs little by little. Let's practice some simple past sentences. Repeat after me. Okay, now you try. Repeat after me. I watched TV yesterday. Great. Now, your turn. Repeat after me. She drank juice this morning. Excellent. Repeat after me. He walked home after school. Very good. Repeat after me. They played games last weekend. Fantastic. Repeat after me. We cooked dinner together. Finally, let's talk about the simple future tense. This tense is for talking about things that will happen in the future. Actions that are going to happen later, in the time to come. Think about tomorrow, next week, next year, or any time that is still in the future. If you want to say you will do something tomorrow, you use the simple future tense. To make the simple future tense, we usually use the word will before the base form of the verb. It's very easy. For example, to say you will eat rice tomorrow, you say, I will eat rice tomorrow. That word will is your signal that the action is in the future. Other examples. She will drink water later. He will walk to the park tomorrow. They will play basketball next week. We will watch a movie tonight. My mother will cook lunch tomorrow. John will play the guitar at the party. All of these actions are going to happen in the future, so we use will plus the base verb, which is the simple future tense. The simple future tense is actually quite easy to form because for most verbs, you just add will before the verb. There aren't really irregular forms like in the past tense. So, simple future is often considered the easiest tense to learn at first. Let's practice some simple future sentences. Repeat after me. Okay, now you try. Repeat after me. I will eat rice tomorrow. Great. Now, your turn. Repeat after me. She will drink water later. Excellent. Repeat after me. He will walk to the park tomorrow. Very good. Repeat after me. They will play basketball next week. Fantastic. Repeat after me. We will watch a movie tonight. So, there you have it, the three basic tenses. Simple present, simple past, and simple future. Simple present for habits, facts, and the present moment in general. Simple past for actions that are finished in the past. And simple future for actions that will happen in the future. Learning these three tenses is a really big step forward in your English sentence building. Don't worry if you don't remember everything perfectly right away. Just keep listening, keep practicing, and keep using these tenses when you speak and write English. With practice, they will become more and more natural for you. In the next section, we are going to learn how to use these tenses to ask and answer simple questions. So keep practicing, and you are doing a fantastic job.
Simple questions and answers.
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing our journey in part 4, and in this section, we are going to learn how to make questions and give answers in simple English. Knowing how to ask questions is so important because questions are how we learn new things, how we find out information, and how we start conversations with people. And knowing how to answer questions is just as important so we can share our thoughts and ideas. In this section, we will focus on asking and answering simple questions in the simple present tense, which we just learned about. We will learn two main types of questions. Yes or no questions and WH questions. Ready to become question masters? Let's get started. So, first, let's talk about yes or no questions. Yes or no questions are questions that can be answered with a simple yes or no. They are used to check if something is true or not. In the simple present tense, to make a yes or no question, we usually start with the words do or does. Then, we put the subject, then the verb, and then the object, if there is one. It's a little different from our usual SVO structure. Because we are adding do or does at the beginning to make it a question. We use do with the subjects I, you, we, and they. And we use does with the subjects he, she, and it. This is the same rule as when we add s to verbs in the simple present, we use s with he, she, it. And we use does with he, she, it for questions. For all other subjects, we use do. Let's look at an example. Remember our sentence, I eat rice. That's a statement. Now, if we want to ask, is it true that you eat rice? We make it a yes or no question. To ask, do you eat rice? We start with do, then put the subject you, then the verb eat, and then the object rice. So, the question is, do you eat rice? And the answer can be yes or no. If you do eat rice, you can give a short answer. Yes, I do. Notice we use do in the short yes answer. If you don't eat rice, you can say, no, I don't. Notice we use don't, which is short for do not, in the short no answer. So, for yes or no questions with do or does, the short answers are yes, I do, or does, or no, I don't, or doesn't. Let's try some more examples of yes or no questions in the simple present. Let's ask about liking cats. Remember the statement. They like cats. To make it a yes or no question, we start with do, because the subject is they, then like, then cats. So, the question is, do they like cats? If they do like cats, the short answer is, yes, they do. If they don't like cats, the short answer is, no, they don't. Here's another one. Remember, she drinks water. To make it a yes or no question, we start with does, because the subject is she, then drink, then water. So, the question is, does she drink water? If she does drink water, short answer. Yes, she does. If she doesn't drink water, short answer. No, she doesn't. Notice we use doesn't, which is short for does not, for he, she, it in the no answer. Let's practice saying some yes or no questions and short answers. Repeat after me. Okay, now you try. Repeat after me. Do you like rice? Great. Now, listen to the answer. Yes, I do. Repeat after me. Yes, I do. Excellent. Now listen to the other answer. No, I don't. Repeat after me. No, I don't. Okay, now you try. Repeat after me. Does she drink water? Great. Now, listen to the answer. Yes, she does. Repeat after me. Yes, she does. Excellent. Now listen to the other answer. No, she doesn't. Repeat after me. No, she doesn't. Okay, now you try. Repeat after me. Do they like cats? Great. Now, listen to the answer. Yes, they do. Repeat after me. Yes, they do. Excellent. Now listen to the other answer. No, they don't. Repeat after me. No, they don't. Good job. You are doing great with yes or no questions. Now, let's learn about WH questions. WH questions are questions that start with words like what, who, where, when, why, and how. These words ask for more specific information than just yes or no. They ask for details. In the simple present tense, to make a WH question, we usually start with the WH word, then we use do or does, just like in yes or no questions. Then the subject, then the verb, and then the object, if needed. So, it's WH word plus do or does plus subject plus verb plus object. Let's take an example. We know the statement. I eat rice. Now, if we want to ask what food do you eat? We are asking a WH question using what? To ask what do you eat? We start with the WH word what, then we use do, because the subject is you, then the subject you, and then the verb eat. So, the question is, what do you eat? And the answer is not yes or no, but a sentence giving the information. I eat rice. See? We answer with a full sentence, often using the SVO structure we learned before. Let's try another WH question. Let's ask about what she drinks. We know the statement. She drinks water. To ask what drink does she drink? We use the WH word what, then does, because the subject is she, then drink. So, the question is, what does she drink? And the answer is, she drinks water. Let's ask about where they like cats. We know they like cats. To ask where do they like cats? We use the WH word where, then do, because the subject is they, then like, then cats. So, the question is, where do they like cats? And maybe the answer is, they like cats at home. Here are some common WH words and what they ask about. What asks about things or actions? What do you eat? What does he do? Who asks about people? Who are you? Who does she like? Where asks about places? Where do you live? Where does he work? When asks about time. When do you eat breakfast? When does she go to school? Why asks about reasons. Why do you like cats? Why does he study English? How asks about manner or way. How do you go to school? How does she cook rice? Let's practice saying some WH questions and answers in the simple present. Repeat after me. Okay, now you try. Repeat after me. What do you eat? Great. Now, listen to the answer. I eat rice. Repeat after me. I eat rice. Okay, now you try. Repeat after me. Where does she live? Great. Now, listen to the answer. She lives in New York City. Repeat after me. She lives in New York City. Okay, now you try. Repeat after me. Why do they like cats? Great. Now, listen to the answer. They like cats because they are cute. Repeat after me. They like cats because they are cute. Now, it's your turn to practice asking and answering questions. I will ask you some questions, and you try to answer them. Ready? Question 1. Do you drink coffee? Maybe you said, yes, I do, or no, I don't. Both are good answers. Question 2. What do you eat for breakfast? Maybe you said, I eat bread, or I eat noodles, or I eat rice. Any food is a good answer. Question 3. Where do you study English? Maybe you said, I study English at home, or I study English at school, or I study English online. Any place is fine. Great job practicing questions and answers. You are now starting to ask for information and share your own information in English. That's a fantastic step forward. Remember, to make yes or no questions in the simple present, start with do or does. To make WH questions, start with a WH word, then do or does. And to answer WH questions, give a full sentence with the information. Keep practicing asking and answering questions in English, and you will become more and more confident in conversations. In the next section, we will move on to learn about negative sentences in English. So keep up the great work, and you are doing wonderfully.
Practicing sentences about yourself and daily life.
Hello again, and welcome back to the final section of Part 4. Congratulations, you have learned so much about simple English sentences already. You know about subject, verb, and object, SVO. You understand the simple present tense, and you can even ask and answer simple questions. That's amazing progress. Now, in this section, it's time to put everything together and start talking about the most interesting topic of all, you. Yes, in this section, we are going to practice making sentences about yourself and your daily life. This is where English really starts to become useful and personal. Are you ready to talk about you? Let's get practicing. All the sentence structures we've learned so far, SVO, simple present, yes or no questions, WH questions, they are all tools. And now it's time to use these tools to build sentences that are meaningful to you, sentences that describe your world, your life. The best way to really learn a language is to make it personal, to connect it to your own experiences. And that's exactly what we are going to do in this section. We are going to practice making sentences about you and your daily life. First, let's think about some basic sentences you can make about yourself. Think about simple facts about who you are. For example, you can start with your name. You can say, my name is, your name. For example, my name is Lily. Or my name is Tom. Or my name is Maria. Just fill in your own name. This is a very simple sentence using the verb to be in the simple present tense. My name is the subject, is the verb, and your name is like a complement, it tells us more about the subject. Another basic sentence is about what you are. You can say, I am your job or role. For example, I am a student. Or I am a teacher. Or I am an engineer. Or I am a doctor. Just fill in what you do or what you are. Again, using I as the subject, am, which is the simple present of to be for I, as the verb, and your job or role, telling us more about you. And you can also say where you live. You can use the sentence, I live in, your city or place. For example, I live in New York City. Or I live in London. Or I live in the countryside. I is the subject, live is the verb in simple present, and your city or place is the place, telling us where you live. Let's practice saying these sentences about yourself. First, your name. Repeat after me. Okay, now you try. Say, my name is, your name. Next, what you are. Repeat after me. Okay, now you try. Say, I am your job or role. Excellent. And now, where you live. Repeat after me. Okay, now you try. Say, I live in, your city or place. Fantastic. Now, let's think about your daily life, your daily routines. What do you do every day? Think about your typical day from morning to evening. You can make so many simple present sentences to describe your daily activities using the SVO structure we learned. Think about the morning. What do you do in the morning? Maybe you wake up at a certain time. You can say, I wake up at time. For example, I wake up at 6 a.m. Or I wake up at 7 o'clock. I is the subject, wake up is the verb, simple present, and at 6 a.m. is telling us when you wake up. After waking up, maybe you brush your teeth. You can say, I brush my teeth. I is the subject, brush is the verb, and my teeth is the object. Simple SVO. Then, maybe you eat breakfast. We already know this example. I eat breakfast. Or you can say what you eat for breakfast. I eat food for breakfast. For example, I eat noodles for breakfast. Or I eat bread for breakfast. Or I eat rice for breakfast. After breakfast, what do you do? Maybe you go to work or go to school. You can say, I go to work or school. For example, I go to work. Or I go to school. I is the subject, go is the verb, and to work or school tells us where you go. Think about your activities during the day. Maybe you study English. You can say, I study English. Or you can say, when you study English. I study English in the morning or afternoon or evening. For example, I study English in the evening. Maybe you work on a computer. You can say, I work on a computer. Or you can say how often you work on a computer. I often work on a computer. Or I sometimes work on a computer. Think about the evening. Maybe you watch TV. We know this one too. I watch TV. Or you can say what kind of TV you watch. I watch, type of program, on TV. For example, I watch movies on TV. Or I watch news on TV. And finally, before you sleep, maybe you read a book. You can say, I read a book. Or you can say what kind of books you read. I read, type of books, in the evening. For example, I read novels in the evening. And then, you go to sleep. You can say, I go to sleep at time. For example, I go to sleep at 10 p.m. Or I go to sleep at 11 o'clock. See how many sentences you can make just about your daily routine? And all of them are using the simple present tense and often the SVO structure. Now, let's practice saying some of these sentences about daily life. Repeat after me. Okay, now you try. Say, I wake up at 7 o'clock. Great. Now, your turn. Repeat after me. I brush my teeth. Excellent. Repeat after me. I eat breakfast. Very good. Repeat after me. I go to work. Fantastic. Repeat after me. I study English in the evening. Okay, now you try. Repeat after me. I watch movies on TV. Great. Now, your turn. Repeat after me. I read novels in the evening. Excellent. Repeat after me. I go to sleep at 10 p.m. Now, I want to give you some ideas for more topics to practice making sentences about yourself and your life. Let's think about different areas of your life. For example, you can talk about your family. You could say things like I have a mother, I have a father, I have one brother, I have two sisters. My mother is a teacher, my father is an engineer, my brother lives in New York, my sister lives in Los Angeles, we are a happy family, or we like to eat dinner together. Think about your own family members and try to make sentences about them. Another topic is your hobbies. What do you like to do in your free time? You could say I like to read books, I like to play soccer, I like to watch movies. I like to listen to music, I like to go swimming, I like to play video games, I like to cook, or I collect stamps. What are your hobbies? Think about your work or studies. You can describe what you do with sentences like I am a student, I study English at university, I work as an engineer. I work in an office, my work is interesting, I like my job, I have classes every day, or I learn new things every day. What can you say about your work or studies? Consider your weekends. What do you usually do on weekends? You could say, on weekends, I relax at home, on weekends, I visit my family. I go shopping on Saturdays, I go to the park on Sundays, I play sports with my friends, I go to the cinema with my friends, I watch a movie on weekend nights. Or I sleep late on weekends. What do you do on weekends? And finally, you can talk about your likes and dislikes. For example, I like coffee, I like tea, I like ice cream, I like chocolate, I don't like tea, I don't like beer, I love cats, I love dogs. I don't like dogs, I enjoy reading, I enjoy listening to music, I don't enjoy cooking, or I don't enjoy cleaning. What are your likes and dislikes? For each of these topics, family, hobbies, work or studies, weekends, likes or dislikes, try to make a few simple sentences about yourself. Use the SVO structure. Use the simple present tense. You can use the example sentences I gave you as a starting point, and then change them to be about you. For example, if I said, I like to read books, you can change it to something about your hobby, like I like to play soccer, or I like to listen to music. The most important thing in this section is to practice speaking. Say these sentences out loud. Repeat them again and again. The more you practice saying sentences about yourself, the more natural and easy it will become to speak English about your own life. This is how you start to really use English to communicate about what is important to you. In the next part of our podcast series, we will move on to part 5, where we will start to learn even more new things in English. But for now, please spend some time practicing making sentences about yourself and your daily life. You are doing an amazing job, and I am so excited to see you using English to talk about your own world. Keep practicing, and I will talk to you again soon.
Part 5. Practicing thinking in English. Start thinking in English with simple things.
Hello and welcome back to our English learning journey. We are now starting part 5, which is a very exciting and important part of learning English. Practicing thinking in English. Up until now, we have been learning about sentence structures, vocabulary, and grammar rules. And that's all very important. But now, we are going to take the next big step. We are going to start training your brain to actually think in English. Yes, you heard that right, thinking in English. This might sound a little bit scary or difficult right now. But I promise you, it is possible, and it is the key to becoming fluent and comfortable in English. And in this very first section of Part 5, we are going to start with the easiest and most practical way to begin. Start thinking in English with simple things. Are you ready to take this exciting step and start training your brain to think in English? Let's begin. Now, you might be asking yourself, why is it important to think in English? Can't I just translate from my own language into English when I want to speak, and translate from English into my language when I want to understand? Well, yes, you can do that, and many people start learning English by translating. But translation is like having an extra step in your brain every time you want to speak or understand English. It's like having to use a machine to change your thoughts from one language to another, and then back again. This translation process takes time and energy. It can make speaking and understanding English slow and tiring. Think about it like this. Imagine you want to ride a bicycle. If you have to think about every single step. Okay, now I put my foot on the pedal, now I push down, now I balance, now I steer. It would be very difficult and slow to ride, right? But when you learn to ride a bicycle well, you don't think about each step anymore. You just do it. It becomes automatic. It becomes natural. Thinking in English is the same. When you can think directly in English, without needing to translate from your own language first, speaking and understanding English becomes much faster, much smoother, and much more natural. It becomes like riding a bicycle, you just do it, without having to think about every single step. Thinking in English is the key to fluency. It's the key to speaking English comfortably and confidently, without hesitation, and without feeling tired from translating all the time. So, how do we start thinking in English? It might seem like a big jump, from just learning simple sentences to actually thinking in a whole new language. But we are going to start very, very simply. We are going to start with the things around you. Yes, the objects you see every day in your house, in your room, in your office, outside, these are the perfect starting point for thinking in English. Think about all the simple objects around you right now. Look around your room. What do you see? Maybe you see a table. Maybe you see a chair. Maybe you see a window. Maybe you see a door. Maybe you see a book. Maybe you see a pen. Maybe you see a computer. Maybe you see a phone. All of these are simple, everyday objects. And these are perfect for starting to think in English. The exercise is very simple. When you see an object, try to immediately think of its name in English. Don't think about the name in your own language first and then translate. Try to go directly to the English word. For example, if you look at a table, instead of thinking of the word for table in your own language, immediately think table. Just the English word table. Repeat it in your mind a few times. Table, table, table. Once you can name the object in English, the next step is to add a simple description in English. Use the simple sentences we have already learned, subject verb object, simple present tense, sentences with to be. For example, for the table, you can say, this is a table. Very simple sentence. This is a table. Repeat after me. This is a table. Okay, you try. This is a table. Good. Now, you can add more description. Think about the color of the table. Maybe your table is brown. So, you can add, it is brown. It refers to the table. It is brown. Repeat after me. It is brown. Okay, you try. It is brown. Excellent. Think about the material of the table. Maybe your table is made of wood. So, you can add, it is made of wood. It again refers to the table. It is made of wood. Repeat after me. It is made of wood. Okay, you try. It is made of wood. Fantastic. So, when you look at a table, you can think in English. Table. This is a table. It is brown. It is made of wood. Just like that. You are thinking in English about a simple object. Let's try another object. Look around your room again. Maybe you see a chair. What is it? Chair. Think chair, chair, chair in your mind. What can you say about a chair? This is a chair. Repeat after me. This is a chair. Okay, you try. This is a chair. Good. What color is the chair? Maybe it is blue. It is blue. Repeat after me. It is blue. Okay, you try. It is blue. Excellent. What is a chair for? What do we do with a chair? We sit on it. So, you can say, we sit on chairs. We means people in general. We sit on chairs. Repeat after me. We sit on chairs. Okay, you try. We sit on chairs. Fantastic. So, when you see a chair, you can think in English. Chair. This is a chair. It is blue. We sit on chairs. You are thinking in English again. Let's do a few more examples together. Look around. Maybe you see a window. What is it? Window. Think window, window, window. What can you say about a window? This is a window. Repeat after me. This is a window. You try. This is a window. Good. What do we do with a window? We look out of it. We open it to get fresh air. So, you can say, we look out of windows. Or we open windows for fresh air. Let's use, we look out of windows. Repeat after me. We look out of windows. You try. We look out of windows. Excellent. So, for a window, you can think. Window. This is a window. We look out of windows. Thinking in English. One more example. Look around. Maybe you see a book. What is it? Book. Think book, book, book. What can you say about a book? This is a book. Repeat after me. This is a book. You try. This is a book. Good. What do we do with a book? We read it. So, you can say, we read books. We read books to learn. Or we read books for fun. Let's use, we read books to learn. To learn tells us why we read books. We read books to learn. Repeat after me. We read books to learn. You try. We read books to learn. Excellent. So, for a book, you can think. Book. This is a book. We read books to learn. You are getting good at thinking in English. Now, it's your turn to practice on your own. Look around your room, or wherever you are listening to this podcast. Choose 5 different objects that you can see right now. For each object, follow these 3 steps. Step 1. Name it in English. Just say the English word for the object in your mind, a few times. Like lamp, 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 or door, 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 or phone, phone, phone. Step 2. Say this is a or an object name. For example, this is a lamp. Or this is a door. Or this is a phone. Step 3. Add one more simple sentence to describe it or say what it is for. Think about its color, its material, its use. Or anything simple you can say about it in English using the simple present tense and SVO structure we have learned. For example, it is bright. For a lamp, or we open doors. For a door, or we use phones to call people. For a phone. Okay, now it's your turn to really practice. Please pause the podcast now and take about 30 seconds to practice thinking in English with 5 objects around you, following these 3 steps. Don't just listen, really do the exercise. I'll be right here with some gentle music, and I'll be back to guide you further when you're ready. Okay, did you practice with 5 objects? Great job. Even if you just tried with 1 or 2 objects, that's a fantastic start. The important thing is to start training your brain to connect the objects you see directly with the English words and simple English sentences, without always translating from your own language first. This exercise of thinking in English with simple objects is something you can do anytime, anywhere, every day. When you are at home, at work, walking outside, waiting for the bus, sitting in a cafe, wherever you are, just look around you. Choose an object, and think about it in English using these simple steps. The more you practice this, the easier and more natural it will become. You will start to build a habit of thinking in English, even if it's just with simple things at first. Don't worry if it feels a little strange or difficult at the beginning. It's like learning to ride a bicycle. It might feel wobbly at first, but with practice, it becomes smoother and easier. Just keep practicing a little bit every day. Even just 5 minutes of practicing thinking in English with objects each day can make a big difference over time. And remember, start with simple objects. Don't try to describe complicated things or abstract ideas right away. Start with the table, the chair, the window, the door, the book, the pen, the phone, the computer, the light, the wall, the floor, the ceiling, all the simple things around you. Master thinking in English about these simple things first, and then gradually, you can start to think about more complex things in English as you learn more vocabulary and grammar. Congratulations! You have taken your first step into the world of thinking in English. This is a huge step forward on your English learning journey. Keep practicing this exercise with simple objects every day. Make it a fun game. See how many objects you can think about in English each day.
Talking to yourself in English.
Hello and welcome back. In the last section, we started training our brains to think in English by focusing on simple objects around us. We learned to name them in English and then add simple descriptions. That was a great first step. Now, in this section, we are going to take the next step and practice talking to yourself in English. Yes, you heard that right, talking to yourself. This might sound a little funny, or maybe even a little strange, but trust me, talking to yourself in English is a very powerful and effective way to improve your fluency and get more comfortable thinking in English. Are you ready to start talking to yourself in English? Let's get started. Now, why would we want to talk to ourselves in English? Well, think about it this way. When you are learning to speak any language, you need to practice speaking, right? But sometimes, you might not have someone to practice speaking English with all the time. Maybe you don't have English-speaking friends nearby. Or maybe you are learning English at home by yourself. So, how can you practice speaking English if you don't have a speaking partner? The answer is, talk to yourself. You are always with yourself, right? You are your own constant companion. So, you can practice speaking English anytime, anywhere, by simply talking to yourself in English. And the best thing is, when you talk to yourself, you don't have to worry about making mistakes, you don't have to feel shy, and you can practice as much as you want. For as long as you want, without anyone judging you or correcting you. Talking to yourself is a safe and private space to practice speaking and thinking in English. So, how do we start talking to ourselves in English? Just like in the last section, we are going to start very simply. We are going to start by describing what you are doing and what you are thinking in simple English, using the vocabulary and sentence structures you already know. Think about your daily activities. What do you do every day? We already talked about daily routines in the previous section, remember? Waking up, eating breakfast, going to work or school, studying English, working, relaxing, sleeping, all these daily activities are perfect topics for talking to yourself in English. For example, imagine you are cooking breakfast in the morning. You can talk to yourself in English while you are cooking. You can say things like, I am cooking. Very simple sentence, using I am and the verb cooking. I am cooking. Repeat after me. I am cooking. Okay, you try. I am cooking. Good. You can also say what you are cooking. Maybe you are making breakfast. So, you can add, I am making breakfast. I am making breakfast. Repeat after me. I am making breakfast. Okay, you try. I am making breakfast. Excellent. And you can also describe how you feel while you are cooking breakfast. Maybe you are hungry. You can say, I am hungry. I am hungry. Repeat after me. I am hungry. Okay, you try. I am hungry. Fantastic. So, while you are cooking breakfast, you can talk to yourself in English. I am cooking. I am making breakfast. I am hungry. Just like that. You are talking to yourself in English about what you are doing and how you are feeling. Let's try another example. Imagine you are studying English. You can talk to yourself while you are studying. You can say, I am studying English. I am studying English. Repeat after me. I am studying English. Okay, you try. I am studying English. Good. You can also describe why you are studying English. Maybe you want to learn new things. So, you can add, I want to learn new things. I want to learn new things. Repeat after me. I want to learn new things. Okay, you try. I want to learn new things. Excellent. And you can also describe how you feel about studying English. Maybe you think it is interesting. You can say, English is interesting. Or learning English is interesting. Let's use, learning English is interesting. Learning English is interesting. Repeat after me. Learning English is interesting. Okay, you try. Learning English is interesting. Fantastic. So, while you are studying English, you can talk to yourself. I am studying English. I want to learn new things. Learning English is interesting. You are talking to yourself in English again. Let's do a few more examples together. Imagine you are walking outside. You can talk to yourself while you are walking. You can say, I am walking. I am walking. Repeat after me. I am walking. You try. I am walking. Good. You can also describe where you are walking. Maybe you are walking in the park. So, you can add, I am walking in the park. I am walking in the park. Repeat after me. I am walking in the park. You try. I am walking in the park. Excellent. And you can describe what you see in the park. Maybe you see trees. You can say, I see trees. I see trees. Repeat after me. I see trees. You try. I see trees. Fantastic. So, while you are walking in the park, you can talk to yourself. I am walking. I am walking in the park. I see trees. Thinking and talking in English at the same time. One more example. Imagine you are drinking coffee. You can talk to yourself while you are drinking. You can say, I am drinking coffee. I am drinking coffee. Repeat after me. I am drinking coffee. You try. I am drinking coffee. Good. You can also describe what kind of coffee it is. Maybe it is hot coffee. So, you can add, this is hot coffee. This is hot coffee. Repeat after me. This is hot coffee. You try. This is hot coffee. Excellent. And you can describe how you like the coffee. Maybe you like it very much. You can say, I like coffee very much. Or I like this coffee very much. Let's use, I like this coffee very much. I like this coffee very much. Repeat after me. I like this coffee very much. You try. I like this coffee very much. Fantastic. So, while you are drinking coffee, you can talk to yourself. I am drinking coffee. This is hot coffee. I like this coffee very much. You are practicing thinking and speaking in English. Now, it's your turn to practice on your own. Think about 5 different activities that you do every day. For each activity, follow these 3 steps. Step 1. Say I am doing activity. For example, I am eating. Or I am working. Or I am relaxing. Step 2. Add more detail about the activity. Say what you are doing, or where you are doing it, or when you are doing it. For example, I am eating lunch. What, or I am working at my desk. Where, or I am relaxing in the evening. When. Step 3. Add one more simple sentence to describe how you feel about it, or why you are doing it, or what you think about it. Use simple sentences with to be, like want, think, etc. For example, I am hungry. Feeling. Or I am working because I need to earn money. Why, or relaxing in the evening is nice. Thought. Okay, now it's your turn to really practice. Please pause the podcast now. And take about 30 seconds to practice talking to yourself in English about 5 different daily activities. Following these 3 steps. Don't just listen, really do the exercise. Start talking to yourself in English now. I'll be right here with some gentle music, and I'll be back to guide you further when you're ready. Okay, did you practice talking to yourself about 5 activities? Wonderful. Even if you just tried with 1 or 2 activities, that's a great start. The key is to start making a habit of using English to describe your daily life and your thoughts, even if it's just simple sentences at first. Talking to yourself in English is a fantastic way to practice anytime, anywhere. You can do it when you are at home, when you are commuting, when you are doing chores, when you are taking a shower, when you are waiting in line, anytime you have a few moments. You can start talking to yourself in English about what you are doing, what you are thinking, what you are seeing, what you are feeling. The more you do it, the more natural it will become, and the more comfortable you will feel speaking English in general. Don't worry about making mistakes when you talk to yourself. Nobody is listening except you. The goal is just to get your mouth moving, to get your brain working in English, to get used to expressing your thoughts in English words and sentences. Don't try to be perfect. Just try to be consistent. Try to talk to yourself in English for a few minutes every day. You will be surprised how quickly it can improve your fluency and confidence. And remember, start with simple sentences and simple vocabulary. Don't try to use complex grammar or difficult words right away. Focus on using what you already know to describe your everyday experiences and thoughts. Start with I am cooking, I am walking, I am thinking, I am feeling, and then gradually add more details as you become more comfortable. Congratulations! You have now taken another important step in practicing thinking in English. You have started talking to yourself in English. This is a really powerful technique that can make a big difference in your English learning journey. Keep practicing talking to yourself in English every day. Make it a fun habit. See how many different situations and activities you can describe to yourself in English each day. Now that you are starting to think and even talk to yourself in English, the next important step is to train your ears to really hear and understand English sounds and rhythms. And that's exactly what we will focus on in the next section, where we will learn about listening and repeating English. So get ready to train your ears and your mouth to work together to master the sounds of English. Keep up the fantastic work, and I will talk to you again very soon.
Listening and repeating English.
In the last section, you started talking to yourself in English, which is a fantastic way to practice speaking and thinking in English. Now, in this section, we are going to focus on another essential skill for learning English. Listening and repeating English. Yes, listening and repeating. This might seem very simple, but it is one of the most effective ways to improve your pronunciation, your understanding of spoken English, and your overall fluency. Are you ready to train your ears and your mouth to work together? Let's begin learning about listening and repeating English. Why is listening and repeating so important? Well, think about how babies learn their first language. They don't start by reading grammar books or memorizing vocabulary lists, right? They start by listening to their parents and the people around them. They listen to the sounds, the rhythms, the intonation of the language. And then, they start repeating what they hear. They imitate the sounds and words, again and again, until they can say them correctly themselves. Listening and repeating is the most natural and effective way to learn to speak a language, especially for learning pronunciation and getting a feel for the natural rhythm of the language. When you listen and repeat English, you are training your ears to recognize the different sounds of English, sounds that might be different from the sounds in your own language. You are also training your mouth to produce those sounds correctly. You are learning to hear the subtle differences between English sounds. And you are practicing the muscle movements needed to make those sounds yourself. And when you repeat after native speakers, you are also learning about intonation and rhythm, how English speakers raise and lower their voice, and how they stress different words in a sentence. These things are very important for making your English sound natural and easy to understand. So, how do we practice listening and repeating English effectively? First, you need to find good listening materials that are suitable for beginners. You don't want to start with very fast or very complicated English. You want to start with slow, clear, and simple English that you can easily understand and repeat. What are some good sources for this kind of beginner-friendly English listening material? One excellent source is English learning podcasts for beginners. There are many podcasts specifically designed for people who are just starting to learn English. These podcasts usually use simple vocabulary and grammar. They speak slowly and clearly, and they often focus on basic topics that are relevant to everyday life. You can easily find these podcasts by searching online for English podcasts for beginners or English learning podcasts for elementary learners. Many of these podcasts are free, and you can listen to them on your computer or your phone anytime, anywhere. To help you get started, I've listed some excellent beginner English podcast recommendations with direct links in the video description below, so be sure to check that out after this section. Another great source is short video clips on online video platforms. Platforms like YouTube have millions of videos, and many of them are designed for English learners. You can search for English lessons for beginners or English conversation for beginners, and you will find many short, simple videos that you can listen to and repeat. Look for videos that are short, maybe just a few minutes long, and that use clear and simple English. Videos with visuals can also be very helpful, because you can see what is being talked about, which can help you understand the meaning even if you don't understand every single word. For some great examples of short, beginner-friendly video clips that are perfect for listening and repeating, take a look at the video description below where I've included some suggestions and links. And a third good source, which can be fun and engaging, is slow English songs. Many popular English songs are sung quite fast, which can be difficult for beginners to follow and repeat. But there are also many slower songs, or slowed-down versions of popular songs, that can be great for listening and repeating practice. You can search for slow English songs for learners or easy English songs to sing along to. Children's songs in English can also be excellent, as they are usually very simple, clear, and repetitive, and designed to be easy to sing along to. Listening to songs can be a fun and relaxing way to practice listening and repeating, and it can also help you learn new vocabulary and improve your pronunciation in a musical and memorable way. Once you have found some good listening materials, how do you actually practice listening and repeating? The key is to do it actively and systematically. Don't just listen passively while doing other things. Set aside some time specifically for listening and repeating practice, and really focus on it. Here is a simple method you can follow. First, choose a short audio or video clip, or a short section of a song. Maybe just 1 or 2 minutes long to start with. You don't want to try to listen to and repeat a very long piece all at once, especially when you are just starting out. Start small and build up gradually. Second, listen to a very short sentence or phrase, maybe just a few words long. Listen carefully, and really try to hear the sounds and the rhythm. If it's a video, watch the speaker's mouth and face as they speak. This can help you understand how the sounds are made. Third, immediately pause the audio or video, and try to repeat exactly what you just heard. Try to imitate the pronunciation and the intonation as closely as possible. Don't just say the words, try to say them in the same way that the speaker said them. Pay attention to which words are stressed, and how the voice goes up and down. Try to sound like a copycat. Fourth, repeat the sentence or phrase several times. Practice it 2 or 3 times, or even more, until you feel like you are saying it reasonably well. Don't worry about being perfect, just try to get closer and closer to the original. Fifth, play the audio or video again, and listen to the next short sentence or phrase. And then repeat steps 2, 3, and 4 for this new sentence or phrase. Continue like this, sentence by sentence, phrase by phrase, through the entire audio or video clip, or through your chosen section of the song. Sixth, after you have gone through the whole clip or section sentence by sentence, listen to it one more time from beginning to end, without pausing this time. Try to follow along and understand everything. See if you can recognize the sentences and phrases that you have just practiced repeating. This will help you to consolidate what you have learned and to see how the individual sentences and phrases fit together into a larger whole. And very importantly, practice listening and repeating regularly. Just like with any skill, the more you practice, the better you will become. Try to make listening and repeating a part of your daily English learning routine. Maybe you can set aside just 10 or 15 minutes each day for listening and repeating practice. Even a short amount of practice every day can make a big difference over time. Consistency is key. Don't be discouraged if you find it difficult at first. It takes time and practice to train your ears and mouth to English sounds and rhythms. It's okay if your pronunciation is not perfect at the beginning. The important thing is to keep practicing, keep listening, keep repeating, and keep improving gradually, step by step. Be patient with yourself and celebrate your progress, no matter how small it seems. Every time you listen and repeat, you are making progress. Remember, when you are listening and repeating, focus on the sounds and the rhythm of English. Don't worry too much about understanding every single word at first. Of course, understanding is important, but in this exercise, the main goal is to train your ears and mouth to the sounds of English. You can always look up the meaning of new words later. For now, focus on imitating the pronunciation and intonation as accurately as you can. Try to really feel the rhythm of English in your mouth and in your ears. And also, try to relax and enjoy the process. Listening to podcasts, watching videos, and listening to songs can be fun and interesting activities in themselves. Try to choose materials that you find engaging and enjoyable. If you are enjoying the process, you are more likely to practice regularly and consistently, and you will learn much more effectively. Congratulations! You have now learned about another powerful technique for practicing thinking in English, listening and repeating English. This technique will help you train your ears and mouth to work together, improve your pronunciation, and get more comfortable with the sounds and rhythms of English. Make listening and repeating a regular part of your English learning routine, and you will be amazed at how much it can improve your English skills over time.
Part 6. Tips and Motivation. Create an English-speaking environment.
Welcome back to our English Learning Podcast. We are now starting Part 6, the final part of our beginner English course, which is all about tips and motivation. You have come so far already. You have learned sentence structures, vocabulary, grammar, and you have started practicing thinking in English. That is a fantastic achievement. Now, in Part 6, we are going to focus on some extra tips and tricks to help you learn English even more effectively, and to keep you motivated and excited on your English learning journey. And in this very first section of Part 6, we are going to talk about a very powerful tip. Create an English-speaking environment. Yes, surround yourself with English. This might sound like a big change, but it can make a huge difference in how quickly and how easily you learn English. Are you ready to learn how to create your own English speaking environment? Let's begin. Why is it so important to create an English speaking environment around you? Well, think about it like this. Imagine you want to learn to swim. Would it be easier to learn to swim if you were living right next to a swimming pool and you saw people swimming every day? And you heard people talking about swimming all the time? Or would it be easier if you lived far away from any water? And you never saw anyone swimming, and you never heard anyone talk about swimming? Of course, it would be much easier to learn to swim if you were surrounded by a swimming environment, right? You would be constantly reminded of swimming, you would see it in action, you would hear about it, and you would be much more motivated to jump in and try it yourself. Learning English is similar. If you can create an environment around you that is full of English, you will be constantly surrounded by the language. You will see English words, you will hear English sounds, you will be reminded of English all the time. This constant exposure to English will make learning much more natural, much more effective, and much more enjoyable. It's like immersing yourself in the language, even if you are learning at home. Creating an English-speaking environment is like creating your own personal English learning swimming pool, right in your own home. So, how can we create this English-speaking environment at home? It's actually easier than you might think. And you can start with some very simple changes to your everyday surroundings. Here are a few practical ideas to get you started. First, change the language settings on your electronic devices to English. Think about your phone, your computer, your tablet, your smart TV, any other electronic devices you use regularly. Most of these devices allow you to change the language they use for menus, buttons, and messages. Try changing the language setting to English. At first, it might feel a little strange to see everything in English, especially if you are used to seeing it in your own language. But this is a fantastic way to immerse yourself in English without even trying. Every time you use your phone or your computer, you will be seeing English words and phrases. You will be forced to read English to navigate your devices. This is a very passive, but very effective way to increase your exposure to English vocabulary and common phrases, and to start getting used to seeing and reading English in a practical, everyday context. Don't worry if you don't understand every single word at first. Just try to get used to seeing English around you, and gradually, you will start to understand more and more. Second, put English labels on objects around your house. Remember in the previous section, we started thinking in English with simple objects? Now, let's take that a step further and actually put physical labels on those objects. Take some sticky notes or pieces of paper, and write the English name of common household objects on them. For example, write table and stick it on your table. Write chair and stick it on your chair. Write window and stick it on your window. Write door and stick it on your door. Write book and stick it on your bookshelf. Write lamp and stick it on your lamp. You can label anything and everything in your house, kitchen items, bathroom items, furniture, appliances, anything you can think of. Every time you look around your house, you will see English words everywhere. This is another great way to constantly remind yourself of English vocabulary and to create a visual English environment in your home. It's like turning your house into your own personal English vocabulary classroom. And it can also be a fun and creative activity to do with your family or housemates. Third, start listening to English music and watching English movies and TV shows. We already talked about listening to English in the previous section, remember? Now, let's make it even more a part of your daily environment. Try to incorporate English music and visual media into your daily routine. Instead of listening to music in your own language all the time, try to listen to some English songs, even if it's just for a few minutes each day. Start with slow and simple songs that are easy to understand, like we talked about in the previous section. You can find many English songs on online music platforms. And instead of always watching movies and TV shows in your own language, try to watch some English movies and TV shows, even if it's just for a short time each week. Start with simple shows that are designed for children or for language learners, or shows that you have already watched in your own language so you already know the story. At the beginning, you can use subtitles in your native language to help you understand. Don't feel like you have to understand everything perfectly right away. Just try to get used to hearing English being spoken naturally, and try to pick up some new words and phrases here and there. Many online entertainment platforms offer a huge variety of English movies, TV shows, and music that you can access easily. Make English entertainment a regular part of your daily or weekly routine. And you will be surprised how much your listening comprehension and vocabulary will improve over time, almost without you even realizing it. The key to creating an English-speaking environment is consistency. It's not about making huge, dramatic changes all at once. It's about making small, simple changes that you can maintain every day. Change your phone language to English and keep it that way. Put labels on objects around your house and leave them there. Listen to a little bit of English music or watch a short English video clip every day, even if it's just for 5 or 10 minutes. The more consistently you expose yourself to English, the more effective it will be. It's like watering a plant every day. You don't need to pour a whole bucket of water on it at once. Just a little bit of water each day will help it grow and flourish over time. Similarly, a little bit of English exposure every day will help your English skills grow and flourish over time, if you are consistent and patient. Creating an English-speaking environment is not just about learning English faster or more effectively. It's also about making English learning more fun and more integrated into your life. When English is just something you study in a textbook or in a classroom, it can feel separate from your real life. But when you start to surround yourself with English in your everyday environment, English becomes less like a subject to study and more like a part of your daily life. It becomes more real, more relevant, and more engaging. And when learning is more engaging and more fun, you are much more likely to stay motivated and to keep learning over the long term. Congratulations! You have now learned some very practical and effective tips for creating an English-speaking environment around you. By making these simple changes, you can transform your home into your own personal English learning zone and make English a more natural and integrated part of your daily life. Start implementing these tips today, and you will be amazed at the difference it can make to your English learning journey. But learning English doesn't have to be a solitary activity. In fact, learning with others can be incredibly helpful and motivating. So in the next section, we are going to explore the benefits of finding a study buddy or English learning community. Get ready to discover how connecting with other learners can boost your English skills and make your learning journey even more rewarding. Keep up the fantastic work, and I will talk to you again very soon.
Find a study buddy or English learning community.
Hello and welcome back. In the last section, we talked about creating your own English speaking environment at home, surrounding yourself with English in your daily life. That's a fantastic way to learn independently. Now, in this section, we are going to talk about the power of finding a study buddy or English learning community. Yes, learning together with others. Learning English doesn't have to be a lonely journey. In fact, connecting with other learners can make your English learning experience much more effective, much more enjoyable, and much more motivating. Are you ready to discover the benefits of learning English with others? Let's explore finding a study buddy or English learning community. Why is it so helpful to find a study buddy or join an English learning community? Well, think about learning anything new, like playing a musical instrument, or learning a new sport, or even learning to cook. It's often much more fun and much more effective to learn with other people, right? When you learn with others, you are not alone in your learning journey. You have people to practice with, people to share your experiences with, people to encourage you when you feel stuck, and people to celebrate your successes with. Learning together can make the whole process much more engaging, much more supportive, and much more rewarding. Learning English is the same. Finding a study buddy or joining an English learning community can bring you so many benefits. First of all, it gives you someone to practice speaking English with. We talked about the importance of speaking practice in the previous sections. But sometimes, it can be hard to find opportunities to speak English with other people in real life, especially if you are learning at home. When you have a study buddy or a learning community, you have ready-made speaking partners. You can practice conversations with them, you can role-play different situations, you can discuss topics you are learning, you can even just chat informally in English. Regular speaking practice with others is essential for improving your fluency and confidence, and a study buddy or community provides you with exactly that opportunity. Secondly, learning with others gives you a chance to exchange knowledge and learn from each other. Everyone learns in different ways, and everyone has different strengths and weaknesses. When you study with a buddy or in a group, you can share your knowledge and skills with each other. Maybe you are good at grammar, and your study buddy is good at vocabulary. You can help each other improve in your weaker areas, and learn from each other's strengths. You can also ask each other questions when you are confused, and explain things to each other in different ways. Sometimes, hearing an explanation from a fellow learner can be even more helpful than hearing it from a teacher, because they might understand your learning challenges better. Learning from each other's perspectives and experiences can greatly enrich your own learning process. Thirdly, a study buddy or a learning community provides motivation and encouragement. Learning a language takes time and effort, and there will be times when you feel frustrated, or discouraged, or like giving up. This is completely normal. Everyone experiences these feelings sometimes when learning something challenging. But when you are learning alone, it can be easy to lose motivation and give up. When you have a study buddy or a community, you have people to support you and encourage you when you are feeling down. They can remind you of your progress, they can share their own challenges and successes, they can offer you advice and tips, and they can simply be there to listen and understand. Knowing that you are not alone in your learning journey, and having the support of others who are going through the same thing, can make a huge difference in your motivation and your ability to persevere through the difficult times. And of course, it's also much more fun to celebrate your achievements with others. Sharing your successes with your study buddy or community makes those successes even more rewarding and motivating, and keeps you excited to continue learning. So, how can you find a study buddy or an English learning community? There are many ways to connect with other English learners, both online and offline. For online communities, the internet offers a wealth of resources. There are many online forums and social media groups specifically for English learners. You can search for English learning forums or English learner groups on platforms like Facebook or Reddit, or specialized language learning websites. These online communities are often very active and supportive. You can ask questions, share your learning experiences, participate in discussions, find language exchange partners, and connect with learners from all over the world, all from the comfort of your own home. Online communities are a fantastic way to expand your learning network and access a global community of English learners. If you prefer offline interaction, you can look for local English learning groups or language exchange events in your city or town. Many cities have language exchange meetups, where people who are learning different languages get together to practice speaking with each other. You can also check local community centers, libraries, or universities, as they often offer English classes or conversation groups for adults. Meeting people face-to-face can be a great way to build stronger connections, practice your conversational skills in real time, and make new friends who share your learning goals. Offline communities provide a more personal and direct interaction experience, and can be especially helpful for practicing spoken English and building confidence in face-to-face conversations. Whether you choose to find a study buddy or join an online or offline community, the most important thing is to take the initiative and reach out. Don't be shy. Remember that everyone in a learning community is there for the same reason, to learn and improve their English. Most people are very welcoming and supportive of fellow learners. Start by introducing yourself, sharing your learning goals, and asking if anyone is interested in practicing together or exchanging tips. You might be surprised how many people are also looking for study partners or community connections. Be proactive, be open to connecting with others, and you will soon find yourself surrounded by a supportive network of fellow English learners. Remember, learning English is a journey, and it's always more enjoyable and more successful when you have companions along the way. Finding a study buddy or joining an English learning community is not just about improving your English skills. It's also about building connections, sharing experiences, and creating a supportive learning environment for yourself and for others. So take the step to connect with other learners today, and you will enrich your English learning journey in so many ways. And as you start practicing with others, or even when you're practicing by yourself, please remember one very important thing. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. In our next and final content section, we are going to talk about why making mistakes is not only okay, but actually essential for learning English. Get ready to embrace your mistakes and see them as stepping stones to success. Keep up the fantastic work, and I will talk to you again very soon.
Don't be afraid to make mistakes.
Hello and welcome back. In the last section, we talked about the wonderful benefits of finding a study buddy or joining an English learning community, learning together with others. Now, in this section, we are going to address a very important feeling that many English learners experience: fear of making mistakes. Yes, don't be afraid to make mistakes. This is such a crucial mindset to adopt when learning any new language, and especially English. Many learners are so worried about being perfect, about saying everything correctly, that they become afraid to speak at all. But I am here to tell you that making mistakes is not only normal, it is absolutely essential for your English learning journey. Are you ready to understand why you don't be afraid to make mistakes? Let's explore this very important tip. Why is it so important to not be afraid to make mistakes when learning English? Well, think about it this way. Imagine a baby learning to walk. Does the baby just stand up one day and start walking perfectly, without ever falling down? Of course not. The baby will try to stand up, and they will fall down, again and again, many, many times. They will stumble, they will wobble, they will maybe even bump into things and cry a little bit. But does the baby give up after falling down the first time? No. The baby keeps trying, again and again, learning from each fall, adjusting their balance, strengthening their legs, until one day they are walking, and then running, and then maybe even dancing. Falling down, making mistakes, is a completely natural and necessary part of learning to walk. If the baby was too afraid to fall, too afraid to make mistakes, they would never learn to walk at all. Learning English is very similar. Making mistakes is a completely natural and necessary part of learning any new language. In fact, mistakes are your friends. Mistakes are not something to be ashamed of, or to be afraid of. Mistakes are actually valuable learning opportunities. Every time you make a mistake in English, it's like falling down when you are learning to walk. It might feel a little bit uncomfortable or embarrassing at first, but each mistake gives you valuable information. It shows you what you need to improve. It shows you where your understanding is not yet perfect. It shows you what you need to practice more. If you pay attention to your mistakes, and if you learn from them, you will gradually get better and better, just like the baby learning to walk. If you are too afraid to make mistakes, too afraid to fall down, you will never really start speaking English fluently and confidently at all. Many English learners are very worried about grammar mistakes. They are afraid of using the wrong tense, or the wrong word order, or the wrong preposition. And yes, grammar is important for clear communication. But perfection in grammar is not the most important thing, especially when you are just starting out. Communication is the most important thing. The main goal of language is to communicate your meaning, to express your ideas, to connect with other people. And you can communicate effectively even if your grammar is not perfect. Native English speakers are very used to hearing learners make grammar mistakes, and they are usually very patient and understanding. They are much more interested in understanding your message than in judging your grammar. So don't let fear of grammar mistakes stop you from speaking English. It's much better to speak English with some grammar mistakes than to not speak English at all. As you practice more and more, and as you pay attention to the feedback you receive, your grammar will naturally improve over time. But in the beginning, focus on communication, not perfection. Some learners are also very worried about pronunciation mistakes. They are afraid of sounding funny or strange if their pronunciation is not perfect. And yes, clear pronunciation is helpful for being understood. But again, perfect pronunciation is not essential, especially for beginners. Just like with grammar, communication is key. As long as people can understand your basic meaning, a slight accent or a few pronunciation errors are not a problem at all. In fact, having an accent is a completely natural and normal part of speaking a second language. Everyone has an accent when they speak a language that is not their native language. And many accents can even sound charming and interesting. So don't let fear of pronunciation mistakes hold you back from speaking English. Focus on speaking clearly enough to be understood, and your pronunciation will gradually improve with practice and exposure to more spoken English. Don't aim for perfection from day one, aim for clear and confident communication. So, how can you overcome your fear of making mistakes and start speaking English more confidently? Here are a few practical tips. First, reframe your mindset about mistakes. Instead of seeing mistakes as failures, try to see them as feedback. Every mistake is a signal that you have found an area where you can improve. It's like a little clue pointing you in the direction of what you need to learn next. When you make a mistake, don't get discouraged, get curious. Ask yourself, okay, why did I make that mistake? What can I learn from this? How can I do it better next time? Treat mistakes as valuable information, not as something to be ashamed of. Second, focus on progress, not perfection. Language learning is a journey, not a race to the finish line. There is no such thing as perfect English, even for native speakers. Language is always evolving and changing, and there is always more to learn. So instead of trying to be perfect right away, focus on making small, steady progress over time. Celebrate every step forward, no matter how small it seems. Did you understand a new word today? Did you manage to have a short conversation in English? Did you correct a mistake you made before? These are all successes to be proud of. Focus on your progress, and don't worry about reaching some impossible standard of perfection. Third, practice in a safe and supportive environment. This is where finding a study buddy or joining a learning community, like we talked about in the previous section, can be incredibly helpful. Practice speaking English with people who are also learners, or with people who are patient and understanding and supportive of learners. Choose environments where you feel comfortable making mistakes, where you feel encouraged to try, and where you know you will receive constructive feedback, not harsh criticism. The more you practice in a safe and supportive environment, the more confident you will become, and the less afraid you will be of making mistakes. And finally, just speak. Don't wait until you feel ready or perfect to start speaking English. That day will never come. The best way to overcome your fear of speaking is to actually start speaking. Start small, start simple, but just start. Talk to yourself in English, like we practiced in a previous section. Practice listening and repeating, like we practiced before. Connect with a study buddy or a learning community, like we talked about earlier. Find opportunities to use English in your daily routines, as we discussed in a previous part of this course. Every time you speak English, even if you make mistakes, you are gaining valuable experience, you are building your confidence, and you are moving closer to fluency. So don't be afraid to open your mouth and speak English, even if it's not perfect. Your voice is the most important tool you have for learning to speak English. Remember, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Embrace your mistakes, learn from them, and keep practicing. Mistakes are not the opposite of success, they are a necessary part of the path to success. Every mistake you make is a step forward on your English learning journey. So be brave, be confident, and don't be afraid to speak English even if you are not perfect yet. Your English learning journey is a marathon, not a sprint, and every step, even a stumble, takes you closer to your goal. Congratulations! You have now reached the end of our content sections for this beginner English course. You have learned so much, and you have come so far. In this section, you have learned the crucial tip to don't be afraid to make mistakes. By embracing mistakes as learning opportunities, focusing on progress not perfection, practicing in a supportive environment, and just starting to speak, you can overcome your fear of making mistakes and unlock your full English learning potential. I am so incredibly proud of all the hard work you have done throughout this course. You have taken the first big steps on your English learning journey, and you have built a fantastic foundation for continued growth and success.
Be patient and stay motivated.
Hello and welcome back. In the last section, we talked about the importance of not being afraid to make mistakes, and seeing mistakes as opportunities for learning and growth. Now, in this section, which is still part of Part 6, we are going to talk about something absolutely essential for long-term success in English learning. Being patient and staying motivated. Yes, patience and motivation. Learning English is not a quick sprint, it is a marathon. It takes time, it takes consistent effort, and it requires you to be patient and stay motivated over the long haul. Many learners start out very enthusiastically, but then they lose motivation after a few weeks or months, when they don't see results as quickly as they hoped. But please don't let this happen to you. I am here to give you some essential tips on how to be patient and stay motivated throughout your English learning journey, so you can reach your goals and achieve English fluency. Are you ready to learn how to stay the course and keep your motivation strong? Let's explore being patient and staying motivated. Why is patience so important in learning English? Well, think about growing a beautiful garden. Can you plant seeds today and expect to have a garden full of flowers tomorrow? Of course not. Growing a garden takes time. You need to prepare the soil, you need to plant the seeds, you need to water them regularly, you need to give them sunlight, and you need to protect them from weeds and pests. And even then, it takes weeks or months before you start to see flowers blooming. You need to be patient, and you need to keep caring for your garden consistently over time. If you are impatient and you give up after a few days because you don't see immediate results, you will never have a beautiful garden. Learning English is very similar to growing a garden. It is a gradual process that takes time and consistent effort. You won't become fluent in English overnight, or even in a few weeks. It takes months, and even years, of consistent learning and practice to reach a high level of English proficiency. There will be times when you feel like you are not making progress, or that you are learning very slowly. This is completely normal. Every language learner experiences plateaus and periods of slow progress. But it's important to remember that even when you don't see immediate results, you are still making progress, step by step, day by day, just like the plants growing slowly beneath the soil. You need to be patient with yourself and trust the process. Don't get discouraged by slow progress. Focus on the long-term goal and keep putting in consistent effort, day after day, week after week, month after month. Patience is not just about waiting, it's about continuing to work consistently, even when you don't see immediate results. Trusting that your efforts will eventually blossom into fluency, just like a patiently tended garden blooms into beauty. And how can you stay motivated throughout this long English learning journey? Motivation is like the sunshine and water for your English learning garden. Without motivation, your learning can wither and fade, even if you are putting in effort. So it's crucial to actively cultivate and maintain your motivation. Here are a few tips to help you stay motivated and keep your English learning journey enjoyable and rewarding. First, set small, achievable goals for yourself. Don't just say, "I want to learn English fluently." That's a very big and overwhelming goal. And it can be hard to stay motivated when the goal seems so far away. Instead, break down your big goal into smaller, more manageable steps. Set yourself weekly goals, or even daily goals. For example, you could set a goal to learn 5 new English words every day. Or to listen to an English podcast for 15 minutes every day, or to have a short English conversation with your study buddy twice a week. When you achieve these small goals, you will feel a sense of accomplishment and progress, which will boost your motivation and encourage you to keep going. Small, achievable goals are like little milestones on your marathon journey. They help you see how far you've come and keep you energized for the next step. Second, reward yourself when you achieve your goals. Learning English should not just be about hard work and effort, it should also be about fun and enjoyment. When you reach a small goal, celebrate your success and reward yourself. Did you learn 5 new words today? Treat yourself to a small piece of your favorite snack, or spend 10 minutes doing something you enjoy. Did you complete a week of consistent English practice? Reward yourself with a longer break, or a fun activity, or a small gift for yourself. Rewarding yourself makes the learning process more positive and enjoyable, and it reinforces your motivation to continue learning. Rewards are like little celebrations along your journey. They make the journey more fun and keep you feeling positive and encouraged. Third, find joy and fun in the learning process itself. Try to make English learning not just a task, but also a source of enjoyment and interest. Explore English topics that you are genuinely interested in. If you love music, learn English through songs. If you love movies, watch English films and TV shows. If you love cooking, find English cooking channels and recipes. If you love travel, read English travel blogs and watch travel videos. When you learn English through topics that you are passionate about, learning becomes much more engaging and enjoyable, and you are much more likely to stay motivated and continue learning over the long term. Finding joy in the process is like finding beautiful flowers along your marathon route. They make the journey more pleasant and inspiring, and remind you why you started in the first place. And finally, track your progress and remind yourself of how far you've come. Sometimes, when you are learning something gradually over a long period of time, It can be hard to see how much you have actually improved. It's like watching a plant grow. You don't see it getting taller every day. But if you look back after a few weeks or months, you will see a significant difference. So it's helpful to actively track your progress in English learning. Keep a learning journal, or use a language learning app that tracks your activities and achievements. Periodically look back at where you started, and remind yourself of all the things you have learned and accomplished since then. Seeing your own progress, even small progress, is a powerful motivator in itself. It reminds you that your efforts are paying off. And it encourages you to keep going and continue to improve. Tracking your progress is like looking back at the distance you've already run in your marathon. It reminds you of your strength and endurance, and motivates you to keep running towards the finish line. Remember, be patient and stay motivated. Learning English is a marathon, not a sprint. Be patient with yourself, set small goals, reward your progress. Find joy in the learning process, and track your achievements. These are the keys to staying motivated and persistent throughout your English learning journey. And always remember why you started learning English in the first place. What are your dreams? What are your goals? What are the opportunities that English will open up for you? Keep your eyes on your long-term vision, and let that vision fuel your patience and motivation every step of the way. Congratulations! You have now reached the end of section Be Patient and Stay Motivated, which is a crucial part of Part 6. Tips and Motivation. In this section, you've learned essential tips for being patient and staying motivated. By being patient with yourself, setting small goals, rewarding your progress, finding joy in learning, and tracking your achievements, you have equipped yourself with the mindset and the strategies to stay motivated and persistent throughout your English learning journey. But there's one more important element to lasting motivation and enjoyment in learning. In our next section, we will explore the power of celebrating small victories. So get ready to discover how recognizing and celebrating even the smallest achievements can make a huge difference in your English learning journey. Keep up the absolutely amazing work, and I will talk to you again very soon.
Celebrate small victories.
In the last section, we talked about the vital importance of being patient and staying motivated throughout your English learning journey, seeing it as a marathon, not a sprint. Now, in this, our final content section of Part 6, and indeed, the very last content section of this entire beginner English course, we are going to talk about something incredibly important for maintaining that motivation and making your learning journey truly enjoyable. Celebrating small victories. Yes, celebrating your small wins. It's so easy to focus on the big, far-off goal of fluency, and to feel discouraged when you are not there yet. But it's just as important, if not more important, to recognize and celebrate all the small victories you achieve along the way. These small victories are the fuel that keeps you going. They are the proof that you are making progress, and they are the source of joy and confidence in your learning journey. Are you ready to discover the power of celebrating small victories? Let's explore this wonderful tip together. Why is it so important to celebrate small victories when you are learning English? Well, think about climbing a tall mountain. Can you climb to the very top in one giant leap? Of course not. Climbing a mountain is done step by step, gradually making your way upwards. And as you climb, you don't just focus on the distant peak, which might seem very far away. You also focus on the small milestones you reach along the way. You celebrate reaching a certain viewpoint. You celebrate completing a particularly challenging section of the climb. You celebrate every small step that takes you higher and higher. These small celebrations keep you motivated, they give you a sense of accomplishment, and they help you appreciate the beauty of the journey, not just the final destination. If you only focused on the far-off peak, you might get discouraged by the distance and the difficulty, and you might give up before you even get halfway. But by celebrating the small victories along the way, you keep your spirits high, your energy up, and your eyes focused on making steady progress towards the summit. Learning English is very much like climbing a mountain. It is a journey made up of countless small steps, countless small improvements, countless small victories. And it's essential to recognize and celebrate these small victories every step of the way. What are some examples of small victories in English learning? Well, a small victory could be learning a new English word and remembering it the next day. It could be understanding a sentence in an English song or movie that you couldn't understand before. It could be successfully ordering food or coffee in English. It could be having a short conversation with a native English speaker and understanding most of what they said. It could be writing a sentence or a short paragraph in English without making too many mistakes. It could be completing a lesson in your English textbook or app. It could be simply practicing English for 15 minutes every day for a whole week. These might seem like small things, and they are. But they are all victories, they are all signs of progress, and they are all worth celebrating. Why are these small victories so important? First of all, celebrating small victories gives you a sense of accomplishment and progress. When you are learning something challenging like English, it's easy to feel overwhelmed by the amount of things you still need to learn. It can feel like you are never getting anywhere, like you are running a race that has no finish line. But when you actively look for and celebrate your small victories, you start to see tangible evidence of your progress. You realize, hey, I couldn't understand this before, but now I can. I didn't know this word last week, but now I do. I was too shy to speak English before, but now I am having conversations. Seeing these concrete examples of your improvement gives you a powerful sense of accomplishment. It shows you that your efforts are paying off, that you are actually moving forward, and that you are capable of learning and growing. This sense of accomplishment is a huge boost to your motivation and your confidence. It makes you feel good about yourself and your learning journey, and it encourages you to keep going and achieve even more. Secondly, celebrating small victories makes learning more enjoyable and fun. Learning English should not just be about hard work and serious study, it should also be about joy and fun. When you celebrate your small victories, you are adding moments of joy and positive emotion to your learning process. It's like adding sprinkles to your ice cream, or adding sunshine to your day. Celebrating makes learning feel less like a chore and more like a rewarding and enjoyable activity. And when learning is fun, you are much more likely to stick with it, to practice more regularly, and to make even faster progress in the long run. Joyful learning is sustainable learning, and celebrating small victories is a wonderful way to inject joy into your English learning journey. Thirdly, celebrating small victories builds your confidence as an English learner. Many beginners lack confidence in their English abilities. They feel shy, they feel hesitant, they feel like they are not good at languages. But every small victory you achieve and celebrate is a step towards building your confidence. Each time you recognize and celebrate a small success, you are sending yourself a powerful message. I can do this. I am learning. I am improving. I am capable of speaking English. These positive messages gradually build your self-belief and your confidence in your English skills. And confidence is key to fluency. Confident learners are more willing to take risks, to practice more actively, to speak more boldly, and to embrace new learning challenges. Celebrating small victories is a powerful way to nurture your confidence and to transform yourself from a hesitant beginner into a confident and capable English speaker. So, how can you actively celebrate your small victories in English learning? Here are a few simple and practical ideas. First, keep a success journal or a victory log. Make it a habit to regularly write down or note down your small achievements in English learning. It could be a new word you learned, a sentence you understood, a conversation you had, a lesson you completed, anything that you feel proud of. Review your success journal regularly, especially when you are feeling discouraged or unmotivated. Reading through your list of victories will remind you of how far you've come and how much you have already achieved. And it will give you a boost of confidence and motivation to keep going. Your success journal is like a treasure chest of your English learning achievements. Open it up whenever you need a reminder of your progress and your potential. Second, share your small victories with others. Tell your study buddy, tell your learning community, tell your friends or family about your English learning successes. Share your excitement when you understand a new movie, or when you have a successful conversation, or when you achieve a learning goal. Sharing your victories with others not only allows you to celebrate them more fully, it also creates a positive and supportive learning environment around you. When you share your successes, you inspire others, and they in turn will encourage and celebrate you. Sharing your victories is like throwing a little party for yourself and your learning community. It amplifies the joy and strengthens your connections with others. Third, treat yourself to small rewards when you reach milestones. Just like we talked about in the previous section on staying motivated, rewarding yourself is a powerful way to reinforce positive learning habits. And celebrating small victories is a perfect opportunity to give yourself small, meaningful rewards. When you achieve a learning goal, or when you reach a milestone in your progress, treat yourself to something you enjoy. It could be a small gift, a fun activity, a relaxing break, anything that makes you feel good and that acknowledges your achievement. Rewarding yourself for small victories is like giving yourself a pat on the back for a job well done. It makes you feel appreciated, valued, and motivated to continue striving for success. And finally, simply acknowledge and appreciate your small victories in your mind. Sometimes, the simplest form of celebration is the most powerful. Take a moment to pause, to smile, to say yes. I did it, to yourself when you achieve a small victory. Allow yourself to feel proud of yourself, to feel happy about your progress, to feel grateful for the opportunity to learn and grow. These moments of quiet self-appreciation are incredibly valuable. They cultivate a positive and appreciative mindset towards your learning journey, and they fill you with inner strength and confidence. Simply acknowledging and appreciating your small victories in your mind is like taking a moment to admire a beautiful flower you've grown in your garden. It fills you with quiet joy and a sense of deep satisfaction. Remember, Celebrate small victories. Recognize and appreciate every step forward, no matter how small it seems. Keep a success journal, share your victories with others, reward yourself, and simply acknowledge your progress in your mind. These are the keys to making your English learning journey more joyful, more motivating, and more successful. Every small victory is a building block towards fluency, and every celebration strengthens your resolve to keep climbing towards your English learning peak. Congratulations! You have now reached the end of Part 6. Tips and motivation, and you have completed all the content sections of this entire beginner English course. In this final content section, you have learned the wonderful practice of celebrating small victories. By recognizing and celebrating your small wins, you have equipped yourself with a powerful tool to stay motivated, build confidence, and enjoy every step of your English learning journey. I am immensely proud of everything you have learned and achieved throughout this course. You have built a strong foundation, you have gained valuable skills and insights, and you are now truly ready to continue your English learning adventure with confidence, motivation, and joy. In our next and final section of this podcast, Part 7. Conclusion, we will officially conclude this beginner course. Offer you some final words of encouragement and guidance, and celebrate your incredible accomplishment of completing this entire program. So get ready for a truly celebratory and inspiring conclusion, as we bring our beginner English learning journey together to a triumphant and empowering finale. Keep shining, keep learning, and I will talk to you one last time very soon.
Part 7. Conclusion.
Welcome back, everyone, to this, the final part of our beginner English learning journey. Part 7. Conclusion. Yes, we have arrived at the conclusion of our course, and it is a moment to celebrate all that you have accomplished. From the very first step to this final section, you have shown incredible dedication and effort, and you have built a fantastic foundation for thinking in English. I am so incredibly proud of each and every one of you for reaching this milestone. In this concluding section, we will take a moment to reflect on our journey together, to celebrate your achievements, and to set you on the path for continued success in your English learning adventure. Are you ready to bring our beginner course to a truly inspiring and empowering close? Let's begin our conclusion. In this Part 7. Conclusion, we will focus on 3 key things to wrap up our beginner course effectively. First, we will take a moment to summarize the main steps we've covered throughout this video series, reminding you of the most important practices for training your brain to think in English. These are the core principles and techniques that you can continue to use and build upon as you move forward. Let's briefly revisit the essential elements of our learning journey together. Throughout this video series, we have explored a step-by-step approach to training your brain to think in English, specifically designed for absolute beginners. We began in Part 1. Introduction, where we welcomed you to this journey and highlighted the importance of thinking in English. We emphasized why thinking directly in English is so crucial for fluency, faster reflexes, and a deeper understanding of the language, contrasting it with the slower and less natural process of translation. We clarified who is this video for, confirming that this course is specifically designed for beginners, even those starting with 0 prior English knowledge. And we offered encouragement that anyone can learn with the right approach and persistence. Finally, in Part 1, we outlined the learning path in the video, giving you a roadmap of the course ahead, assuring you that we would progress step by step from the very basics to slightly more advanced concepts, ensuring that everyone can follow along. Moving on to Part 2. Getting started with English, we took those crucial first steps into the English language itself. We started with the English alphabet, introducing the 26 letters, their pronunciation, and common points of confusion, even practicing reading the alphabet together. Then, we moved to basic numbers, learning to count from 1 to 10 and beyond, practicing pronunciation and expanding to numbers like 20, 30, and 100, even suggesting exercises to count everyday objects in English. Finally, in Part 2, we covered greetings and introductions, teaching essential greetings like hello and good morning, how to introduce yourself with my name is, and other basic conversational phrases like how are you? Even practicing short dialogues for greetings and introductions. In Part 3, Building Vocabulary Foundation, we began to build your essential English vocabulary. We focused on basic vocabulary by topic, exploring common themes like family, friends, things around the house, colors, food, and weather, introducing key words within each topic with visual aids. We then explored using visuals and flashcards, explaining why these visual methods are so effective for vocabulary learning and guiding you on how to create simple flashcards and utilize online flashcard apps. Next, we discovered learning vocabulary through simple songs and short stories, recommending children's songs and simplified short stories as enjoyable ways to learn vocabulary in context, focusing on identifying learned words in these materials. And in Part 3, we also introduced vocabulary learning apps, recommending popular and effective vocabulary apps and guiding you on how to use them to build a daily vocabulary learning habit. Part 4. Simple sentence structures then guided you into the basics of English sentence construction. We started with subject, verb, object SVO, explaining the most fundamental SVO sentence structure with clear examples like I eat rice, breaking down the subject, verb, and object. We then introduced basic tenses, focusing on the 3 most essential tenses: simple present, simple past, and simple future, explaining their basic structure and usage with simple examples for each. Next, we learned simple questions and answers, guiding you on forming yes or no questions and WH questions in the simple present tense, providing examples and practicing simple question and answer exchanges. And in Part 4, we encouraged practicing sentences about yourself and daily life, prompting you to create your own sentences about yourself and daily routines using the sentence structures you had learned, suggesting topics like family, hobbies, and daily activities for practice. Part 5. Practicing thinking in English was dedicated to the core skill of thinking directly in English. We began with Start Thinking in English with Simple Things, guiding you to start practicing English thinking with familiar objects around you, using simple descriptions like this is a table. It is brown. We then encouraged talking to yourself in English, prompting you to practice self-talk in English, describing your actions and thoughts using your existing vocabulary, without worrying about complex grammar. Finally, we emphasized listening and repeating English, suggesting beginner-friendly English listening resources like podcasts and short videos, and guiding you on the listen and repeat technique to train your ear and improve pronunciation. And finally, in Part 6, Tips and Motivation, we equipped you with essential strategies for long-term success and enjoyment in your English journey. We began with create an English-speaking environment, suggesting practical ways to immerse yourself in English at home, like changing device languages, labeling objects, and using English media platforms. We then highlighted the importance of find a study buddy or English learning community, encouraging you to find learning partners or communities for practice, exchange, and mutual support. Next, we addressed don't be afraid to make mistakes, emphasizing that mistakes are a natural part of language learning and encouraging you to learn from them and communicate confidently. We explored be patient and stay motivated, offering advice on setting small goals, rewarding yourself, and finding joy in the learning process to maintain long-term motivation. And lastly, in Part 6, we celebrate small victories, encouraging you to recognize and celebrate even the smallest progress to boost your motivation and confidence. So, those are the key steps and parts we have journeyed through together in this beginner English course. From alphabet and numbers to sentence structures and thinking in English, from vocabulary building to essential learning tips and motivation. You have now been introduced to a comprehensive approach to begin your English learning journey and train your brain to think in English. Remember, this is just the beginning. Continue to practice these steps, continue to explore the English language, and continue to build upon the foundation you have gained in this course. And now, as we truly reach the end of our beginner course, I want to offer you my warmest best wishes and encouragement. Congratulations again on reaching this point. Completing this course is a significant achievement, and it demonstrates your dedication and your commitment to learning English. You have every reason to be proud of yourself and the progress you have made. Please carry this sense of accomplishment and confidence with you as you continue on your English learning path. Learning a language is a marathon, not a sprint, and there will be moments of challenge and moments of triumph. There will be times when you feel fluent and confident, and times when you feel like you are struggling. This is all part of the natural learning process. The most important thing is to continue practicing, continue learning, and never give up on your goals. Embrace mistakes as learning opportunities, celebrate every small victory, and always remember why you started learning English in the first place. Your reasons are your fuel, your motivation, and your guide. Keep your dreams in sight, and let them propel you forward. I have immense faith in your ability to succeed, and I am excited to see all the wonderful things you will achieve with your growing English skills. Finally, before we say goodbye for now, I have a final call to action to continue following the channel for you. If you have found this beginner course valuable, if you have enjoyed learning with me, and if you are ready for more English learning content, I warmly invite you to subscribe to our channel. By subscribing, you will stay connected with our community of learners. And you will be the first to know about all the new and exciting English learning videos we will be creating for you in the future. We are committed to providing you with ongoing support, guidance, and engaging content to help you reach your English language goals. And we have many more exciting lessons and topics planned for you. Join our community, continue learning with us. And let's continue this English learning adventure together. We promise to keep bringing you more quality and interesting videos in the future. And now, in closing, a heartfelt thank you to viewers for watching the video. Thank you, from the very bottom of my heart, for joining me on this beginner English learning journey. Thank you for your time, your attention, your hard work, and your trust in this course. It has been an absolute privilege to be your guide and to share these first steps with you. Your dedication has been inspiring, and I am truly excited for your future English learning success. Remember, learning English is not just about words and grammar, it is about opening doors to new opportunities, new connections, and a wider world. Embrace the journey, enjoy the process, and never stop being curious and never stop learning. Keep shining, keep learning, keep growing, and keep thinking and speaking in English with confidence and joy. This is farewell for now, but it is certainly not the end of your English learning adventure, it is just the beginning. Goodbye, and happy learning!